Hello, I am the Ronin Pawn, and welcome to a twitch.tv/Ronin Pawn live stream on twitch.tv/Ronin Pawn. And El Gavo's already in chat. I trust this stream will be satisfactory. I don't know, actually. And hey, Pawn. Hey, how you doing, El Gavo? Yeah, we're gonna do the Satisfactory. Look, I put the icon on the completely real and normal and legitimate desktop that we have here. The entirely just like anybody else's desktop. Very, very just with a Kerbal with sexy legs sitting on the just a normal thing that we got here. Absolutely no, like little Easter eggs to be found anywhere on this mess that we're always looking at. We're gonna be playing Satisfactory today. I watched. Can confirm my PC is identical, says Elgato. Of course. Just this is what Windows 11 is. I watched Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy last night. Lady Pawn and I did. Lady Pawn only made it through about half of it before she passed out. It was getting quite late, but watched through that, and then I went and followed it up with something. What the hell else did I watch after that? There's Hitchhiker's Guide, and then after Hitchhiker's Guide, I watched Catch Me If You Can with the Tom Hanks and the little scrawny guy but apparently was a sex symbol somehow. Leonardo DiCaprio. I think the name was 90% of the sex symbol status. little waifish dude, that guy. Welcome to the live stream is the thing, and so because I watched Hitchhiker's Guide. Near the end of that, one of the characters says, "How many roads must a man walk down?" And so now I woke up with Bob Dylan. How many roads must a man walk down before you call him a man? I don't know why I have to do it in Johnny Cash's voice. How many seas must a white dove sail before she sleeps in the sand? We're gonna with the Satisfactory, so hang on, we just gotta get it booted up. I also may have made some adjustments to the streaming setup so that y'all can keep me honest when I forget to press the buttons, which can occasionally happen here. I'm gonna try and press the buttons. I'm not an idiot. Quit yelling at me. I know what I'm doing. Ish. I 10 years I've been doing this, so ish, kinda to some extent, sorta. And how many times must the cannonballs fly before they are forever banned? The answer, my friend, is blowing in the wind. The answer is blowing in the wind. Where are we? I have played a little bit on my own save here, which is called You Bore Me Now. But we're playing on I'll Cry If I Want To, and this is live stream numero 60. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Siete. Numero siete. I know. I took Spanish for a year in high school and barely remember the number. It was high school. Who the hell pays attention? So this is our field, day 6. You might look at that field and go, oh my god, like, how can you be playing for 6 days and that's all you got? Number one, this was the first time that I'd ever played Satisfactory. We started on the stream, so the first live stream was just me, like, finding out how poorly they'd done the tutorialization and trying to come up to speed on the basics. But number two, the reason why this looks so small is because we actually have some incredible recipes that we got through hard drives. Right now we're on a 75 screw per minute setup because we've got the recipe for a cast screw. Cast iron screw, put 5 iron ingots in, gets 20 screws out. And so we only need, we don't need 3, we don't need, Otherwise the system's like 3 iron shafts, rods, baby. How many mans must a white dove? The iron rods, you need like 3 of those to feed like 5 of these in order to make enough to feed one of the, but because we got this, we're backing it up, baby. And in fact, here's what we're going to be doing today, because last live stream we got another recipe, which is a steel screw. And a steel screw, you get apparently 52 of these things for every 1 steel girder that you shove into the machine or something. And if I recall correctly, it's like 250. It's like 200. Cinco? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, that's right. Did I skip over Cinco? It wasn't, you know, the problem is we're not in May anymore, so how am I supposed to remember that Cinco exists? Hello, Juan Mock. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's, what is that song? 1, 2, 3, 14. 1, 2, 3, 14. But yeah, so our system is actually going to get smaller today, and then maybe bigger too, because I intend to come in like a wrecking ball. I put that in the I was very conflicted over it, because it's like, I don't know, are people gonna think that I'm being legitimate? I don't know, but I'm gonna come in like a wrecking ball. And we're basically gonna rip all this down. I think I'm gonna build vertical. We're gonna do stuff with blueprints and stuff today, but we're gonna consolidate, because we are at the point where we've done phase 2. You can't really see it in the daylight, but we've done phase 2 of the space elevator there. And we just finished doing it, so phase 3 is I would think a ways out. But we basically just set up a very temporary system for making what we needed to complete phase 2. And that was out here, where I was making our smart plating. Two of these guys are making smart plating for us. And so yeah, I want to rebuild and make all this a little bit more, you know, permanent and more thoughtful. There's a lot of stuff in storage containers right now too, you know. Go over here and you got, what's this sitting here for? Well, that's our rotors and our cubes. And then, well, what about this one? Well, that's apparently just all iron plates. And then this is screws and pipes, and that's more pipes. And then this one's just like whatever I happen to have in my inventory at the moment. So it's a bit of a mess, is what I'd say. And so I'd like to clean that up. So, you know, basically I'm thinking just a full teardown. Just press F and start clicking buttons until everything's out of our way, is kind of where I'm coming from. Who left the goddamn headlights on? You're gonna drain the battery. That's not how that works, but I would like it if the headlights stayed off when I turn them off, but every time that you fart in this game, they turn themselves back on. What's this doing? What we got going on over here? I gotta empty out my own inventory. I'm gonna take one more look at the MAM too, because I'm looking at my inventory space, and we don't have a lot of it. I'm surprised at how little, like, we should have, you know, nine rows or something at this point. What am I carrying around here? Got shatter rebar and stun rebar, right? Don't need you or you in my inventory. And then we're also carrying around some caterium. Okay, and some sulfur. Well, let's look at the MAM here. And the MAM might need to move, because now I'm getting stuck on that. Alien tech. Like, what I'm looking for is more inventory space, basically. Yeah. Wait, what's this? Programmable splitter? Okay, we need computers and stuff we don't even know nothing about. We just were into, like, we could do the jetpack now. +1 hand equipment there. And then the problem with these is I've never found any pale berries. I guess I could do this one. Therapeutic inhaler. Might as well knock that out. And what's your thing? Fabric and rotors. I can do that for you probably. How am I doing on mycelium? Huh? Now that you're in my goddamn way all the time. Frick. Mycelium. Okay, we've got some. We need 50 fabric for the one thing. So I need, for that, mycelium and biomass, which apparently I'm carrying around a whole bunch of leaves and... No, I'm carrying wood. Alright, well... There's some of that so we can make at least 50 fabrics. And then I'm gonna need a little bit more, I believe, for something. I don't know, but there. Make the fabrics up. I'm gonna get myself another pocket for my guns, my weaponry, my white doves and whatnot. How many how many times must a man turn his head and pretend like he just doesn't see? The answer, my friend. I never, you know what? All these years I've been just singing, and I've been trying to sing in the wrong registers, registers that are for other people. I'm way down here. I'm way down here. This is where I want to be. What are we with in the U? I was doing alien megafauna, I think, for food. No, I was doing nutrients. No, I wasn't doing nutrients. What the fuck was I doing? I was mycelia, and that doesn't help. But this, and then I need 100 of those. How do I not have any rotors in my inventory? Right? Do we not have rotors? We got rotors for years. Give me this, and then give me 2 to hold in my inventory at any given time. But this is, this is a tool slot. I'm looking for room in my inventory, really, is what I'd like to have. So this ain't it, boss, but, it's something. Give me a bigger penis, please. Wait, no, it's big enough. I'm fine.
Tool belt expanded. The latest data indicates that the mycelia possess sentience. Don't worry, we have been given permission to harvest and repurpose their remains.
Sweet. I guess. Give me this, and then do we have any alien goo? We don't have any alien goo. Here, let me give me some alien goo. But just one alien goo. And the idea will be turning you into some. I'm carrying hog in hatcher? Where? I thought I put all that shit away. Oh yeah, there and there. Yep. Oh, I see it. Let me through, for Christ's sake. And then back over to the mycelia, because we can at least have therapeutic inhaler as another way of getting a health pot. Thank you.
Therapeutic inhaler recipe unlocked. It smells like fried breakfast-induced cardiac arrest, but surprisingly, it restores you to full health.
I'm sorry, what does this take? Just silica. 200 silica would get me that. Well, I think we're going out to the silica mine, then. Yeah. I think that's kind of, and then we'll be sort of backed up against a wall, and there's nothing to be done. Right? There's nothing that we could have that we don't already... Well, this too. Yeah. If we go out and collect from the cave, the mam and everything else that we could have. Mam and... Wait a second. Have I got the silica here? I got the raw quartz. And then you want me to make silica. 200 of this stuff, I understand. It's quite a bit. We're going to have to move that. What does this turn into? 135. It's a start. But yeah, I think we'll head out to the cave. We'll collect a load of mam and quartz. Wait, didn't we already do that? Don't I have some sitting in a storage bin just behind us a little bit over here? Let me just go have a look and see this one. No, apparently. I don't know why, but no. Okay. Carry on. 200 silica is what they want for this guy, and this will give us actually 6 more inventory slots, and then I'll feel, like a man. And then we'll go and get the mam, which will allow us to make this this interdimensional warp box, or whatever the hell it is that I've been hearing about. So that's how we'll start the day, is a trip out to the caves, which, so in my other playthrough, my offline playthrough, I have now discovered something that I didn't know about the game, which is that, what I've discovered is that, it's all one map. I didn't realize that, I'm in the desert area. When you, at the beginning of the game, you select which area you're going to load into, that it's all connected. And I found the same cave in my other, save game, from a different direction, from the other direction. I was like, wait a second, this is the back rear entrance of that cave, and it's the front entrance for my other save. But so that was my moment of realization. I need to empty out if I'm going to go pick some stuff up. So I don't need all these mushrooms in my pocket. But we're going to take the truck so that we can carry a load back, is the idea. Biomass, extra fabric, the mycelia, like all this stuff, the wood. So no. Some more. It'll just make it easier for me to pick stuff up and set it down. I'll need this. When I get back, I'll need the silica. Oh, and we've got power slugs in our pockets that we haven't converted. What? No, don't do that. Anything but that. So yeah, we'll get ourselves, sorted out here at the beginning of the live stream, and then I'm gonna rip everything down and rebuild from goddamned mother scratch. Is the idea. Anything else that I want to drop off before we head out there? It's good to have a little bit of everything in your pockets. I don't need to have the Caterium ore. I don't know why the Caterium ore isn't in here. To be honest with you. I also don't think I need the sulfur with me. Having one thing of sulfur doesn't hurt. It gives you the option to make explosives if you ran out of 15 bombs that you're carrying. Okay, let's get in the truck and let's drive down there. Let's make sure that the truck is empty in the first place. Oh, look, we just got back from the place that I said we were going to go and get the stuff. Okay, we don't have to actually go and get the stuff because it's here. Right. No, I knew. Did you know? I didn't. I knew. I keep track of these sorts of things. I think I'll keep you out here. So we've already made that run. And now that we have made that run, you need... I know what you need. Give me some Sam. And then listen, ma'am. Ma'am, I'm gonna need you to step back, ma'am. I don't know if this was ever really the right place to put you in the first place, but now you're blocking the door. So we use the ma'am to make... Where the hell is it in this list? We reanimate the ma'am, and then we're gonna Sam fluctuate the ma'am. And I'm sure I've made some amount of fluctuators in the first place, right? And I ran out in mid, that just sounds right. So, have I got some fluctuators over here? Do I have them over here? I got the reanimated Sam anyway. There we go. Let's make some fluctuators. And then presume we've got at least one of them there. Yeah, we got a few Mercer spheres, actually. No. I didn't want you to... Sort that again. And give me one. And then talk to me, ma'am. Alien tech. Let's unlock this thing. Dimensional Depot.
Dimensional Depot unlocked. SAM can be utilized to deconstruct matter down to its chemical elements in one dimension, and the Mercer sphere allows it to be transferred and stored in another. Once parts are fed into the Dimensional Depot, they can be accessed by the Pioneer inventory and build gun system at any time, anywhere.
We see through the window. It is pathetic. Consume more blood. The glass will not shatter, the metal will not bend, the wood will not splinter. Leave.
Did I grab the wrong stuff? Because I keep... It might be that I grabbed the wrong... No, okay. I was thinking about consuming more blood and then weaving. That's just... Wow, what a coincidence. We're just on the same page here. Where's the... You? Reanimate me some more, Sam, because I think we need another 10 total of the fluctuators. Yeah, so I need 5 more. Understood. Is that it? That's 10. Is that what I needed? I think that's just what I need. Just what I needed. Okay, alien energy harvesting.
Potential for harnessing alien energy completed.
Okay.
Fixit has identified 2 development tracks requiring additional research to integrate Summersloops safely and efficiently into Fixit technology.
The loop organ contains scripture, contains instruments to compose symphonies of root and rot and recycling. Shrines to evolution and revolution.
Yeah, baby. I've got some circuit boards, don't I? Just from having, like, found shit on the ground around things that blew up. Have I got circuit boards? No? Do I not? Wait. No? Okay, maybe that's my other save. Or maybe they're around here somewhere else. The other thing I was going for was silica. So now we can make 200 silica. Right? It's a lot of, you know, nothing. Wait. What do you want that I don't have? Didn't I just pick up the goddamn quartz? What did I pick up? That wasn't quartz. Give me 2 of those. And then you, silica. How many can we make? 320, okay. Get up to 200, and then we'll expand our inventory, and then I guess we don't have to take a trip to the cave. We can kind of just get started. Although I saw that there is that one recipe for, that requires 100 SAM fluctuators or whatever, that we could not do that, actually. That's what we couldn't do. Quartz, and then you, 6 inventory slots, gimme. You need a lot of fabric in order to make a pocket that big, you know? That's the thing.
Pocket dimension now extra dimensionalized with additional dimensional capacity.
Okay. Dimensionally speaking, though, is what you... Let's also unlock the crystal oscillator so it's done. I just want to, you know, get all the boring stuff out of the way when you guys just showed up, and so you're like, screwed. You're like, in for a penny, in for a pound, is basically the thing. Wait a second, have I got any of this lying around? Doesn't look like I do. I just want to use it all up. If I'm making it, I want to use it. If I use it, then I want to make it. You need 50 of these, is that right? 50 trays full of quartz crystals. So this is... A lot of other things that we do at this table are complex, and, you know, we assume that a lot of engineering going into it. I believe what they're telling me I'm doing right here is I'm standing at the table, bashing the quartz with a hammer in order to make it, and then putting it in a little blue tub, I believe is what is happening. Quartz. I need 100? I need how many can I make? Out of what I've got here. Not enough? Maybe enough. Not enough. Not enough. Almost enough, but not enough. That's fine. We'll get all of the MAM stuff unlocked. And then I'll take this hammer. If I had a hammer. Let me tell you something. If I had a hammer, I'd hammer that hammer all over this land. Okay, and then just a little bit more. Push us over the top. 99 and 102. Shit. Let's go ahead and put whatever it is that I'm carrying that I don't need to be into this box. I need that. I mean, let's go ahead and do it. Quartz, oscillator, unlock me. Thank you.
Research completed. Crystal oscillator recipe unlocked. New quartz research available.
Yeah, baby. And then Sam goes back in there, and then you and you. And we've got a reasonably maintained inventory, is what I would say there. Okay. So now about, you know, everything. About everything. Let's just have you know, a good look at what we've got here. We were set up for 2 modular frames being produced, and apparently not delivering enough reinforced iron plates for some reason. This is another reason to, you know, knock everything down. I think it's because we're low on iron plates in general. Yeah, I mean, we're backed up on screws here. And then you're fine with that's producing rotors. But were you overclocked? You are overclocked. You're supposed to produce 7.5 per minute, and you're just not getting enough iron plates. So you're not quite back up to 12 there. So we could just reduce that rate a little bit to make that, but we're going to rip it all down. So, I'll go ahead and reduce you to 6 anyway. 6. 6. And then maybe you'll be able to keep up with that. So that was the situation there. We were producing double cubes, and then feeding those double cubes just into storage alongside the rotors, and then over here we've been making the smart plating from iron plates and rotors, which apparently these are just backed the fuck up. Is that because they're pulling from storage? Yeah. See, we set everything up to just yank from storage. No, you're actually coming from somewhere. You're coming from the machine. And it's all going over there. I see, I see. So wait, what do you use to make cubes then? Rods and iron plates. Oh, well, that's why, then. You're not online. It's not because you weren't getting enough or something, but it's... yeah, okay. Because I disconnected you so that we could finish that project. Okay. Absolutely great time to be ripping everything down since it's all kind of left in a mess from our last project. And then out here, we were making something, weren't we? Or did I already yank it down? We were making one of the things that we needed for the Phase 2 tower. We were producing that needed, like, copper. Or maybe, no, we brought the copper over to the steel fields? Yeah. I know we had a machine over here doing work. It was right here. And you were making our versatile frames, and I just brought you everything that you needed except for the steel beams. And look at all them versatile frames we got left over. But you are now out of modular frames. I could have swore one of these things needed copper. Yeah. So I must have already yanked it down. That's the thing. Okay. How are we doing on, you know, everything? Yep. That's what I thought was the situation. So we don't need you anymore. We don't need you anymore. We don't need you anymore. And, just yanking all that down. And then, you can stay here for a minute. So I'm going to leave the steel field alone. We're going to start on ripping down the iron field and making this make sense. And I need to know all of the numbers if we're going to do this right. So these are pure outputs. We can get four smelters online for every one of these. Is the idea. And look at this goddamn mess. I look at it though. Look at what a goddamn mess it is what I want to say. There's only 4 of those over there. I could be just feeding you with one. I could be feeding you with one of these guys, and that would be fine. Ugly goddamn mess I made. Right? Because we get one every half second, and that means those take 2 seconds to produce. Right? 2 seconds to produce, so yeah, one of these could be feeding all 4 of you. What a silliness. What a straight up silliness. Let's start tearing things down. So everything's going offline, and I'm just not gonna give a shit. I'm just not gonna care. Because it's gotta be done. And I mean, it's all gotta be done. So, question number 1 is, do I want to move any of this stuff back? It seems like we could move the entire burner field back to here. Yeah, without necessarily crowding what's going on here. I'm going to yank you down, because I can turn that. And are you just you're a Mark II miner? Oh, you're a Mark II. That's why you're half a second. Because this isn't pure ore, it's just normal ore. All right, I see. So that's why that was like that. It's not because I'm an idiot. It's not because I'm an idiot. Shut up. Yeah, I like the idea of moving the whole smelter field back. Let's reclaim some more of this space. So you four bastards are gonna move back here. Production, smelters, and sure you know what the input and the output is, and also, you know, that we got enough of room to, like, mix this stuff together. Let's try and level out to, like, this height. At least like that, I guess. Ooh. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Ooh, baby, I love your way every day. I want to be with you night and day. Woo, 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 woo. And then... Yeah. Yeah, probably. And then smelt me. And let's see where they're going. That's an in, that's an out. Uno, dos, tres, catorce, as we established earlier in the stream. So there's the four of you. Don't worry about this guy, because he can do something. Just don't worry about him. I said don't worry about him. And then, what are we doing? We need to split. We will need to split, and we need to split it twice, 3 times, 9 splitters is what we're gonna need. I'm pretty sure we can just do this with 2 splitters if I'm not dumb about it. I think just for the elegance of it, just to make it look nice, I'm gonna do like this. Okay. You there? Are you on the thing? Yes, you are. You there, and you there. And then we, you know, split in the middle. Kind of a deal. And so... Yeah. This is gonna be pretty. Like that. No. You need to be the other direction. Other direction, not different style of thing. So you'll come in like that, and then you'll, I got it. I know what I'm doing. Ish. Like that, we're gonna do like that. And then it'll go like that. Sorry? There was somebody in the world standing next to me. And then we'll need one of these guys. I don't know what speed you need to be, though. At least Mark II, surely. So then we pump it in here. Give me a minor Mark II. And maybe I can just go straight into this thing, you know? Maybe I can just, and then boom, straight in. Except with a much faster belt than that. So this is 120 per minute, which should, yeah, that's how much you can put out, right? 120 per minute, 120 flow into there, 120 through the splitters, and it's going in all the directions. In fact, does it need that? Because once it hits the splitter, and we go down to 30, 30, I'll leave it as it is anyway. That's immediately a lot better, a lot simpler, a lot cleaner, to start our field. And where is that all of the iron that was going this way? Because that's crazy. If that's all we needed, and look at all the goddamn miners and stuff that I had hooked up in order to facilitate just that. Kind of crazy. Let's start ripping this down. Yeah, you can all come. It's nice to do a teardown day, you know. You make a mess, and then you unmake that mess, right? You make a mess, you get things done. It wasn't a complete mess either. It was decent for where we started and what we were working with. What in God's name was... I mean, okay, maybe it was a mess. As I'm looking at it here, I'm having a little trouble defending what I'm seeing. So yeah, clear me some space. I don't want to pull down anything that's like the machines. I need to be able to see what we're doing with the machines. But all this splitter nonsense... and the belts and whatnot, yeah, I just don't need you. And in fact, while I'm sort of sorting out what's going on, I don't want to be carrying around all these ingots. So take my ingots, please. You got... maybe you can, you know, blast through them while I'm figuring other things out. Probably I'm going to have to rip you down before we get to that point, but whatevs. There you go. Got all the ingots out of my pockets. And while I'm thinking about that, here. Have my iron ore. Did how did you get all that iron ore in you? Oh, that's the one. That's not the right one. It's this one. Yeah. Boom. What do you mean 97? Oh, because you're feeding out, right? Sure. Oh, right. So I can empty into you. Ha ha ha. And you. Ha 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 ha. And you. Ha 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 ha. And you. Ha 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 ha. Wonderful. Wonderful. I'm not carrying all that bullshit around. Okay. So now we've got a whole new thing that I need to like consider here, because we've got this new amazing screw recipe. Let's see what the steel beam is. We need 5 of these per minute. That's not a lot to have to deliver steel beams. But let's also look at what it takes to make a steel beam. We produce 15 per minute. Okay, from one machine, 15 per minute. We only need 5 over here. Brilliant. So 5 per minute, and we're going to output 260 goddamn screws per goddamn minute. That is amazing. So how many screws do we actually need for what we want to be doing? We want to be making rotors, of course, and rotors require 100 per minute. So there's 100. And then this machine, when overclocked, if it were overclocked to full, then it would want 90 screws per minute. Really? That's all? That's not a lot. That's only 190, so we could double that and get up to 280. Or we could just, you know, fine-tune it to be exactly... to match one of these things running at 260 per minute. Yeah. Yeah. 2 machines at their normal pace, though. What's the normal pace if I didn't overclock them? Just out of curiosity. Normal pace would be 60. You'd need 60 per minute, which would mean I could run 3 of them 180, and then that would be 280, so not quite 3 of them. We could underclock one of them if we were running 3 of them. That's interesting. And that would be just producing... well, at their normal rate, I think they produce 2 plates, right? Instead of running back and forth. No. Is this the right recipe? Yes, we've only got one recipe. 5 plates per minute. Reinforced. So that would be 15 if we ran 3 of them. Except for we couldn't run 3 of them off of one machine, so we'd tool one back and it'd be like 13 or something like that. 12 or 13 a minute, probably. Okay. I don't hate that. And that runs off of one machine. Now the main difficulty with that is going to be we need to get the, we need to get these over there. Or we need to be making a little bit of steel over there. The crazy thing is to think that off of one machine making steel beams, we could be feeding 3 of these guys at 260 per minute. Because we need 5 per minute, those produce 15. Again though, telling about the steel beam, it's... You take 4 steel ingots, you need 60 steel ingots per minute, and I feel like the smelter only produces like half of that. We're overclocked here. Well, what would it be? We produce 45. So it's not much to overclock one of these guys. And then one of those feeds, and then we'd need coal over there, though. So it's just, it's weird. It's like, how do we want to do this? How do we want to deliver these things? Are we moving the steel field? And I think we can. I think instead of having it come out in this direction, we can have it right here. You know, we're rebuilding everything. And Lord knows we've got the iron ore coming out right here. Does the Lord know that? I think the Lord knows that. Last I checked with the Lord, he was pretty clear on the situation. Yeah, let's rebuild the steel field over there. So, yeah, give me you 3. Were you overclocked? They were all overclocked. Okay. And considering we're ripping everything down, do we want the steel? Yeah, let's have the steel field this way. So I wouldn't mind having a break. So we're going to go on to a live stream break. I didn't mean that. I mean a break in the line here. Just to, you know, symbolize the detachment of these things. Looks like we need at least 3 of them. I don't know if they're even going to fit. But so then they're foundries. And it looks like they don't quite fit. So we'll need actually 4 positions for them. And that's when I get to be, you know, I start to become like a guy who's like, but I don't want it to take up that much goddamn space. So, this is where I wish that I could just hold control like you can in the rest of the goddamn game. And have it snap to being in line. But you can't, because, I don't know, some reason, you have to ask them specifically what the fuck they were thinking. But that's close. Yeah, it's close enough. And then like that. And actually, we said that we need to do 4, right? So it'll be something like that. And foundry. How are you for hanging out over the front? You are hanging out over the front like that. So, foundry. Then my problem is not knowing, like, I can't know both. Do I just need to extend it? What does this look like? You're way too goddamn far back. This is the biggest problem with this game, is like you can't see where you're placing, and they don't have an effective like grid system that actually conveys what the fuck is going on at any given moment. And now is this machine floating? Looks like this machine seems to be floating a bit because of the, yeah, because the back is on the dirt. And so if you care about such things, and I kind of do, then you just sort of left fighting against a set of systems that were designed to help. In theory, they're supposedly to have been designed to help, is what I've heard. I don't know if I can believe that. I guess one of the ways to go about this would be to use the fuck it adjustment. And so, fuck it. Yeah, that's better. This is even better. Foundry, but I need to be able to see the front as well. And then the area, the hitbox for the fucking thing is different than where the thing actually fucking sits. Okay, you're sort of floating as well. Whatever. The fuck it adjustment is in use. Can I walk between you? I can. Good. Good? Good. Yes, in all the places I can get past. Okay. That's a little bit inconvenient where that is, but so... Now each one of you will be making steel. And for steel, we need to bring in ore and coal. Let's start with the ore. How much ore do you need? You need 45 per minute, so 45, 90, 135. Which is more than one of these machines online. So maybe we just tool one of these back a little. Like if the middle guy... Well, we'll see how they pipe in, but we'll underclock one of them so that they just need 120, and that means we can just be using one of these, is my thought. And if that's going to be the case, then I feel like this one would be the one, right? We turn this. Miner Mark II. In fact, let's see where we're headed off to and just aim it toward it. Yeah. And then you can have all that ore in your belly. And you can have this. And so this only needs to split in 3 different directions. However, one of them needs to be like over top and one of them needs to be not over top. How am I gonna do that? Because the belt needs to get in there and I've got these rocks here and so forth and so on. Maybe like this. This looks like this could work. Yeah. Are you in line? Sometimes put something down and it's like not even the correct orientation. In this nightmare of a thing they call a game. Yeah, we'll do like that. And then like that, I guess. Ooh. That doesn't leave a lot of room for that one. So that's an issue. That's okay, yeah, we can just do like this. Yeah? Yeah. So that delivers all of the iron ore, and this machine is fast enough to deliver it if we give it the ability to push it fast enough. Yeah. We'll only be using... Well, wait a second now. Yeah, each of these is capable of... It should work out, right? We said we're gonna underclock one of them. Right. So then... This... needs to turn to a different direction. needs to be heading over here, and we need to be splitting again. Seems like we could be able to do that, right? Yeah. So then what does it look like if I just do that? Okay, well you can't do that, but you can do that. Yeah, it's moving a lot of it quite quickly. But I would like this to be a little bit more clean than that. A little bit cleaner than that. You know, I'm picking up a lot of coal by doing that. I would like you to sort of stay at the same height, I think. At least until you're ready to clear out. So let's say I had you straight. To here. And then we do like that. And that. Oh, except for that you do need to be tier 3. Move this stuff super fast. How much coal do you take? Also 45 per minute. So why does this have to be tier 3? Well, because it's 45 per minute. But it could be tier 2 if we're going to tone one of these down. Yeah. Yeah. Let's get a bunch of, like, high-cost materials back by turning this to tier 2. Okay. And then we just gotta deliver it. So, can you just deliver it? Sure can. Can just deliver that one. Can you just deliver this one? Sure can. And what about this? Yeah, this one's gonna be a little bit more of a trick. I think just for making the things look okay. It won't find the correct height though. Ah, that's fine. It's fine is what it is. Alright, and then I can get the coal out of my pockets by dropping it in. Okay. So this is where we've got our iron and our steel fields ready to output. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 1, 2, 3. Yes. Yes, lovely. Yes. Indeed. Yes. Okay. And so now, have you actually cleared out of all that iron that I dropped in you? Every single machine except for this one? No, you're all good. That's what I was hoping for. Time to start ripping this down. Currently we have 2 iron plates and then 3 screws production. And then 2 iron rods. And that's all we needed to start this. That's gonna change. But it's good to know where we're starting from, what we'll be reproducing. Just yank it all down. Okay. So, I guess actually, let's cut down some trees. Have I got that? No, that's the one thing that I usually keep off the hotbar. Single mode? No, we're in area mode. Look at all of them. It did. And you as well, my friend. And then just... that would be nice. So first thing is the screws. I want to consider the screws straight away. And so this guy's going to feed into a machine that makes the plates, makes the steel beams, steel girders, steel something. The flat ones is what they're going to be doing. So you, and then to you, I think. And let's drop one of these things down and just see how this is going to need to work out. If you are making a steel beam, you need 60 ingots per minute, and we're producing 45 out of each one of these machines, but we're going to overclock them, right? Well, if we're going to overclock them, then we need even more iron ore than I've been planning on. And more coal. Maybe that's the thing. But yeah, we're just going to produce 60 for you. And so then you need 60 per minute. So each one of these is going to need 60, which means we can only really run 2 of them off of what we've got hooked up right now. Okay. Because that's 60 into 60. Let's just start with this one. Start with this guy. And then, are you lining up? Because you don't seem to be saying that you're like, where are the arrows? Oh, they're there. They're just hiding. Because, yeah, this is just going to feed straight into you, so there's no reason to waste a bunch of space on it. Boom, boom. And then you will be making steel beams. And you need 60 per minute, and we're going to give you 60 per minute. Okay. Yeah, don't worry about the rest of it for now. We'll sort of back our way into that. So we get the steel beams out, and 60 per minute feeds into our screw production. One more time, tell me, because it's just, I'm not trying to hold the numbers in my head, you know. Screw production, we only need 5 per minute, we're producing 15. So we'll probably want to split it. Coming out of you. Yeah. Right. And so now we could bring 3 friggin' screw productions online, if that were our want. But we're obviously not going to do that. Gimme... Does that corner manage to get down far enough? It does. You. This is the part where I feel like I'm hesitating because I feel like it's going to get redone. You know, even as we're rebuilding it, I'm like, this isn't going to be exactly what we need, is it? But drop one of you in there, and then you come out there, and then steel screws. 260 per goddamn minute. Consuming 5 of these per minute. Okay. So now in order to get to the point where we're making the reinforced iron plates, we need to provide apparently 2 producers worth. If we're to believe what we had over here, it was 2 producers worth of plates. So talk to me about plates. Plates require 30 ingots per minute, and you produce 20 per minute. So 1-to-1 basically on the output of our iron lines is how that's going to work out. You like this. You need to go down any further? No, that looks good. Okay. So my first thought is... I was trying before to leave space so that they didn't rub arms, but I think I'm done with that. I think I've fought the game for too long already, so put the two of you in here, and this is for plates. And can literally just be straight in. Yeah, default mode is probably best for that. And then for you, maybe like that. And so that should provide 30 to each one of these. And I'm just hoping that we didn't have those overclocked before. I can answer that question by going with you and checking in on the reinforced iron plates. Where you need 6 iron plates, you need 30 per minute, and we're producing 40 right here. So, if anything, they could be, turned down a bit. Or they could be split off to go somewhere else. If I were to overclock you all the way, then we end up needing 45 per minute. So, considering we have 40 per minute coming in, what would I... Yeah, 133.33%, and we could be producing 6.6 per minute using just those two without having to overclock them, without having to feed in extra, iron or anything like that. So, 6.6 per minute. If I want to be making, like, 2 of these, if I want 2 of these machines running, then we would need to basically use all of the iron in order to feed these guys. And we would end up, we'd still have 1 more iron field. 2 more. No, 1 more right here, and then there's another one out back, actually. But 1 more right here that's just unused. Right? Yeah. Because the idea is to connect you to you. You need to come up and then around. Yeah, that's fine. Are you a tier 2 miner? You're a Mark 1 miner. I need you to be a Mark 2 miner. And do I need to go buy a, make another portable miner? Would I need to if I... if I ripped it down first? Game's a little bit stupid about your portable miners. There's 1 in there, but I can't upgrade if I've only got 1, even though the other one that I need is goddamn in here. Which, completely defeats the whole convenience of... And you can upgrade! No, I can't. What are you talking about? I can't upgrade in place. What else do you need that I don't have? For a Mark II. Encased industrial beams. 10 of these, please. We haven't even thought about, like, going into production on encased industrial beams, which is maybe, where we need to be thinking for Phase 3. I don't know. But yeah, that's the direction we want. And then you are a Mark II, right? Yeah, I put in the right kind. Have all of the iron ore that I'm holding. And then like that, and you got a little bit of dirt poking through, it's fine. Okay, and then you do need to be a Mark II. We don't have enough reinforced iron plates. Interesting. Where would I be keeping those? Or do I even have any? We've just gone through, you know, a pretty big making shit and using it all up. Section. Do you receive plates? You do, but I had taken you offline in order to send all of the materials over here. So here are my plates. Thank you. So yeah, you'll need to be a Mark II belt to move 120 things per minute instead of 60. And then that'll feed all 4 of those. And so just I'm curious about, like, are any of the other things that we need to make available in the assembler now? I'm sure we'll need to make motors, or stators, and, We start by reproducing the field we already had. You know it's bothering me, right? You understand that it is bothering me. It's fine. We're gonna leave it. We're gonna leave it as it is. It's not bothering me. Let me tell you who it's not bothering. That guy is me. Me's the one it's not bothering. It's that the tracks aren't, like, perfectly straight back there. And I'm like, if I move this a little bit, then I'm looking at all the other things that need to move. And it's like, don't. Just don't. So reinforced iron plates. Are we gonna double? Do we want twice the amount of reinforced iron plates being produced? Yeah, because I don't know what we need them for. But it seems like just generally a not bad idea. If that were the case, though, then this splitter that you had here, you need to sort of leave room for more production. And you said you didn't like that the things were like this. Yeah. Yeah. Actually, I didn't need to move you, because, you know, I still need you there. Still need that. But like that. And so that would be... You would be making steel beams as well. Wait. No, the steel beams are being made here, and then the screws would be being made here. We don't need extra screws. What am I? That would be to make more screws, but you don't need to make more screws. You've got an excess of screws. Uh-huh. Okay. Then it is plates. It's still plates, and we don't have to move anything. Okay, it's just, you know, it's a little, yeah, you dig me. If I go straight like that, that'll probably feel better to me. It's coming out straight, and then it curves into where it needs to be. For making the plates. But if we are going to have double the guys, then we need double the plate makers. Or I could overclock them. Which makes it a little bit more complicated, because we have to feed, like, extra iron in to different places. So if I were to overclock them, we could get 4590, 135 output to feed so they're 1-to-1 if I overclock them. Why am I with the iron plates? If it's overclocked to 45 per minute, you guys are outputting 20. Nah, but you're outputting 30. That's the problem. So 2 of you overclocked become 60. And then I end up needing 90, and so 2 overclocked and a third that's fine gives us enough, but we do have to do like some complicated splitter nonsense for setting it up that way. But that is just 3 machines. And then when you're overclocked, you consume 45 per minute, which means we'd end up with 90. And then 30, which is 120, which is exactly the right amount. And I like these numbers. I like the numbers that I'm getting in my head, because it ends up like being the correct amount of ore and stuff too. It just does mean that there's got to be some splitter logic in here, which we have left the room for. So 2 of these, and we'll take 3 of these guys. I don't think you're necessarily the guy, but... So 3 plate makers. Alright, let me get on top of you so I can goddamn see what I'm goddamn doing in this goddamn game. Yeah. 3 plate makers. And then 2 of them will be overclocked. Fully. So you'll be outputting 30, 60... Did I do this math wrong? Like, there's so many goddamn numbers to hold in your head. And then there's the possibility of the overclock and not the overclock. 2 of you, both running at overclock, require 90. And so my idea was, but if I need all 3 of them to be overclocked then, if I need 90. Because you're only outputting 30 when you're overclocked, and then that would require 45, 90, 135, which is more ore than we can get out of this system. We can only produce 120. Alright, but still, like, go down this road. Still, this is the road we're going. I've decided. Have I decided that? And then one more time, because now again it's about like overclocking it. If I overclock you, am I overclocking you? I said I was, yeah. So if I'm overclocking you to get 90, then that's 7.5, but then the screws that are required is 90, and so it's 180 from you. And then we said for rotors we need another 100, which is 280, and the screws is only producing 260, so we'd have to reduce the amount of rotors being produced, and rotors are already quite slow. So I don't love that either. We're going to have to reduce... Where's the rotors? Yeah, if you're overclocked, then we can reduce 6 rotors per minute. And you require 150 screws. Whereas... the plates... it's 90. It's 180. Nothing perfectly, rolls out here. This is just, it's a new recipe to me. So how about if we produce just way too many screws? One more big screw maker online. You're like that. And that actually means then that you could be like this. I just like, just like being like that. If I bring one more screw maker online. And then we just end up having, like, huge capacity. And whatever we want to do over here, we'll figure out, and we can run the 2, and then maybe we can double up on rotor output too. Yeah. That's what we're getting. Dom Rocks music. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the, I don't know, whatever this is. Welcome to the mess, the mental mess. We've only been here an hour and 16 minutes. We're yanking everything down. We're putting everything back up. And it's a lot of trying to think and plan for the future and a lot of consideration. I'm doing good. I'm doing good, Dom Rocks. How you doing? Hey, how's your sister? So, yeah, I like that idea. Let's aim to go to two of each machine, 2 rotors, two solid plates. And so right now we're set up with enough output over here if they're all overclocked. But if we don't overclock them, then we can get 20, 40, 60, 80 out. And I don't have to do any weird, splitter merger logic back here. So 80 feeds how much? How much can we get away with without overclock? Like, let's not plan to overclock everything, maybe. 80 plates supports more than this, so we could overclock like one of them, right? And so like one of them's doing 30 and the other one's doing something, or something, I don't know. Could overclock both of them so that they're both outputting 40 per minute. But it goes up to 60, right? Well, it goes up to consuming 45 per minute. So if we had 80, we could take the little edge off of that, is the kind of thing. It's gonna be 2 of these. One way or another, it's gonna be 2 of these. Doing good. Shout out to my sister. Just waking up. Okay, so we know what we're gonna do, and we know that this is our layout, and there's 2 screws worth, and then there's gonna need to be production of, iron rods. And if anything, we're kind of blocking our field with the steel production over here. It's a lot of not knowing exactly where everything's gonna go. Let's just build for it, and then, tear down as needed. So, honestly, give me this. Give me like a whole nother layer all the way across. And keep it coming. Except for, I think, yeah, at the corners here we'll have you. And then... Don't do that. Who told you to do that? I didn't tell you to do that. Who told you to do that? Don't do that. And so now we can actually hide underneath here when the scary things come in the night. I don't know. But we could. Apparently we can't get out either. There's only one way in. Oh, that's great. We can be trapped by the scary things in the night. So, iron plates and screws to make our to make my bread. I grind your bones to make my bread. 5 of this, and then throw something like you down. You know what? You know how we could be doing this in a way that's like a lot smarter? Blueprints. Blueprints. Is that a New York saying? Or sounds Italian? How's your sister? I don't, yeah, it's just sort of, it does sound like that, doesn't it? I don't know, but that's where I get it from too. It's like, it just feels like something that, people in a borough of the Bronx, hey, how's your sister? And sometimes it's just like, how's your sister? Maybe it's on, but sometimes it's like, hey, I slept with your sister. You're just kind of friendly, and I need to, let's blueprint. Let's blueprint, because I'm looking at this and I'm saying, what if some of it were vertical? What if some of it were vertical? Like, we've already got a need for like 4 of these guys stacked, right? That's a pretty nice layout for that. Doesn't need to be vertical. But what if it were vertical? Huh? Sisters have to sleep with someone. That's true, Dom Rocks. That's, everybody's got to get their Dom Rocks off. I wanna play with some blueprints. We haven't done that. So how do I do that? Is it special? It's a special. Give me a blueprint designer. Relatively flat piece of terrain. And then where would Yeah, I think like that.
Once you have built a satisfactory blueprint, interact with the Blueprint Designer terminal to save it. It will then be available in the Blueprints tab of your build menu. Blueprints can always be edited to correct mistakes or optimize. If you find yourself struggling to work within the set size restrictions, remember that this is a you problem, and efficiency can always be improved.
Okay, I have played around with this system a little bit, so let's, you know, let's have some fun, I guess. Is it going to be fun? In my offline play, I did, and so you know. Honestly, like, wait a second, I got thoughts already for the foundation here. Can I please stand up here so that I can see where I'm placing this? So let's have you there and there, and then I just want to see about fitting in smelters, right? How many smelters fit in this kind of a space on this? So bing. And if I were to... No, they won't? Okay. I see. Do you see? I see. Alright, so then let's leave like a gap in the middle of 2. And put you like there, and a gap of 2, and then put you there. And then how does this fit for some smelters? Some side-by-side smelters. That. See, then you hang off on this side, is the thing. Which ain't great. If I do it like that, which would mean that you'd need 2 of the things. I don't want to have 2 of the things. So, we're going up. We're going up. That's the idea. Dom Rock's asking, you're Buddhist? Well, I was a Zen Buddhist monk in a monastery for several years, but Zen isn't quite Buddhism, you know, it's under Buddhism, but in my experience, you know, my Zen master was like, listen, if somebody had a better thing than this, I'd switch in an instant. But this is the best that's out there. So, whatever that means. Whatever those things I just said mean. Pretty Taoist, right? Zen is so just doesn't give a goddamn about, like, philosophy and you know, it's a practice first and foremost, and so I wasn't even educated in, like, what Zen is or what, you know, like, I picked up, you know, you're there for years, you pick things up, that's, you're over the front there. How did that happen? Wasn't I holding control to make sure that you're in line? So it's not really part of the formal education. The formal education is sit down and fucking breathe, you know, and listen to a couple of Dharma talks to keep you interested, but mainly it's sit and breathe. And, you know, maintain your awareness. There's a lot to it. There is a lot to it, and it's like being in the goddamn military. I used to say, as a joke, we do more before noon than the military does all day. It's playing on the things that they like to say. So yeah, I want to build this vertical, is my thought. And start making some verticality so that things fit in places. So I'm gonna need, like, a way to get up there just to keep developing on it. Let's see, it's pretty similar and I vibe with that. I tried to engage with Zen stuff, but doesn't resonate with me as much as other stuff. And that's a very Zen philosophy. Everything Zen, everything Zen. I don't think so. What up, what up? But yeah, Zen was very much like, I don't care, what are you, Christian, you Catholic, you Jewish, you Muslim, what are you coming in with? We can work with it, because this is a practice. This isn't, they weren't trying to convince me to believe anything. They weren't trying to change any philosophy. They were like, listen, what is most important here is to stop thinking about, like, you're trying to solve the question, right? You're trying to solve for what's the meaning of, and that kind of stuff. And how's that been working for you? Is basically what Zen has to say. Stop it. Stop trying to solve for it, because it isn't something that you saw. You're not going to, like, figure something out and then, oh, now I get. That's not how it works. You need to be doing. You need to be training. You need to be, building yourself into a being that has the capacity to contain the truth. You have to be building yourself into the version of yourself that you want to be. That was sort of the Zen way. God damn it, I'm still too close. And so they were like, I don't care what you believe in or who you believe in. We have a method that is 3,000 years tried and tested in order to give you freedom, in order to, enable you to experience your birthright of freedom as a human being. And that's what we're here doing. And if you want to do it, then, here's a seat. And also, would you mind donating something so we can keep the lights on? Usually it was your time at our Zen Center. It wasn't necessarily like, give us money. It was, we've got activities going on that we pay the bills with. And we just need some bodies to help out. Come around on the days when we're doing a thing and give us a hand. That'll do it. Isn't a lot of Buddhism like that? Maybe in the real world, I don't know, but Buddha said, don't believe anything I tell you, see for yourself. He did say that, yeah, the Siddhartha Gautama Buddha, thought of as the first, it's, in Buddhism, it's like, he wasn't the first Buddha, he wasn't the first awakened, enlightened person, he was just the first awakened, enlightened person to, like, create a system for education that stuck, for being able to teach another person how to get where he had got. And yeah, he did say that. However, despite the fact that he said that, the world is what the world is, people are what people are, and if you go, Southeast Asian nations, you're gonna find a lot of people sort of worshiping the Buddha. They've got it. It's not exactly. You're gonna find people praying to deities and stuff like that, and it's like Zen doesn't give a damn what you're walking in the door with. It's fine with that as well for the Buddhists and whatnot, but it acknowledges none of that is necessary. That is, if anything, it's kind of a distraction. We can work with it. It's fine, but you're creating a context for what you think you're going to find out. And that's probably going to be a problem for you. So what am I looking at here? I've got ideas for how I want to, stack this up anyway, for making this. Let me make sure this is gonna fit with everything that's already there. I need to be able to take this out a little bit more, and you know what? I've just not left myself enough room to build, so let's back it up. Now that I know the structure, it'll be very easy to rebuild it a lot quicker than I've been sitting here messing around. That's an interesting one. Some Hindu stuff I've seen in Vedanta. They think Buddha was God and meditate on him, but in practice it's almost indistinguishable from recollection of the Buddha. Yeah, there's what I encountered was in the sort of culture around Buddhism of Asia, there's a lot of stuff that would just be, pretty one-to-one in terms of just worship. And, it depends on how. It's fine. It's just it's probably going to end up being a distraction because you're walking in the door with ideas and like Zen is like, we don't have a philosophy. We're not going to tell you what the truth is. I mean, they might a little bit in the Dharma talks, but that's mainly just to inspire you to keep practicing, because the point is that if you sit and you do this practice, if you just, turn your attention inward, and not just inward, you widen your awareness, you eliminate your concept of self. You get your idea of self out of the way anyway. It's not eliminated, it's not forgotten, it doesn't go away permanently. It's nothing to be afraid of, but you silence that part of you that's always taking your mental energy and refocusing it back on me, and filtering the entire world through I. And once you do that, and it takes practice, and so they've got the practice. Zen provides the practice to actually accomplish this thing, for how to quiet that and silence that and be able to encounter and, you know what? Actually, hey, this would be a nicer way to do this, wouldn't it? How to actually encounter and enact, the truth and with what reality is, and to not be lost in your own space, but to actually just see what is genuinely going on. What is right here in front of you? What is it? And so Zen is very much about, like, the more ideas you come in with thinking that you already know something, you're just going to distract yourself from, you're going to stumble onto the truth at some point and not realize it because it doesn't match your preconceived idea, or you're never going to be able to get to the truth because you're waiting for something that matches your preconceived idea. So Zen, if anything, is, they're telling its followers and people, don't listen to us, don't, the stories that we're going to tell you while we're sitting on the mat here are just stories to, keep you interested, because we know we're all human beings. It's going to take a while to get where we're trying to go. So, enjoy this tale. And, maybe it'll mean something to you one day in a way that, like, helps you get where you're trying to go. But the only way that you're really going to get where you're trying to go isn't by thinking, it isn't by rationalizing, it's going to be by doing, by living, by training your mind to perceive in a way that isn't all about self. It doesn't continuously come back to me. And so I loved that. That's what I was looking for and what I was waiting for all my life. I've been looking for it forever. And then finally, I ran into some people who were, like, doing that. And I was like, oh my God, there are people out here doing that? That's what I've been looking for, you people. And I checked in and I stayed until they, told me to get the hell out of here. And I am now an awakened and enlightened being. Yes. In case there was ever any doubt, I am a master. I'm not a master, actually. The only thing that you need to be a master is a student. That's all you need to be a master. So there's a lot of people out there who don't have any idea what the hell they're doing or talking about, but they're masters because they've got students. And then you get to, like, awakened and enlightened, and it's like, what the fuck do those terms even mean? And anyone who claims to know is not an awakened or enlightened being. I'm happy to tell you I'm an awakened and enlightened being. And then you ask me, what does that mean? And I'll go, I don't fucking know. But I'm definitely one of them. I'll tell you right now. And now if you'll just, give me your money, I'll help you get there too. Do you see what I'm trying to do here with the in the game? Which is, it's something like this, is it? Yes, like this, and then probably it has to be a Mark II. And so, you get me? You feel me? What the hell? What the hell, yo? Ah. And then I just pull all that out. It looks like I could even bring it back tighter. Like, these are gonna be these are the blueprints. These are the designs, you know? So I want to get them, like, as perfect as we can. So... yeah. Like, that's where I want that. Let me just see. I think this is how this will go together. And then maybe instead of doing all that work that I was doing before, I just flip you around and I keep building up until I get to a certain point that I feel like that's probably good. So then you're not there, you're not there, you're not there. Oh, is that the wrong kind of... you prick? Like that, and that, and that. And take out the middle guys. Okay, you're diving a little bit. I don't necessarily want you to dive. So give me above you, one more, and then how's this? I don't mind you being flat. I don't mind you coming down a little bit. Are you also the wrong kind of thing? I went out of my way to not do it wrong. Yeah, merger, merger, merger. You know what? I'm gonna do this perfectly flat. Sorry? Where did you put this stuff? Don't do that. Just give me this in the middle. And then... I gotta sort of guess at what height it is, unless I do this. And make sure you got a merger for the last one. Just like that. You know what I should probably do is go ahead and put mergers... just put mergers instead of splitters on the hotbar. I think that's probably gonna serve me better. You really don't think they have a philosophy? They have the least amount of philosophy of a religious institution anyway, you know, like, they have their own philosophy, but they really try not to give a damn about it, you know, they're working hard to not get too, distracted by their own, you know, stuff and their own history, and oh, fucking Bodhidharma in the cave, and it's like, these are great tools for, you know, helping someone get where you're going, but they're also major distractions, potentially major distractions. And so, you know, Zen is, I believe completely that when they say, you know, if you're coming to us from Catholicism or Judaism or, you know, Islam or wherever you're coming from, this is just a practice. We're not going to try and force something on you. I believe that entirely. I was all in. I was, you know, I was on board for absolutely anything and everything that they had to teach, because I could tell that my master, my Zen master, was a master. I could tell that he was an awakened and enlightened being. Before I knew what that meant, before anyone had talked to me about anything like that, it was just plain and clear to me that this man, you know, did not have the hole inside him that every other person I've ever met has. So now... and now, okay, having practiced Zen, you know, what I mean when I say that I am an awakened and enlightened master is I don't have that hole anymore either. I am at peace. I am comfortable in my own skin. I am at, and when I say I'm comfortable in my own skin, I mean I am at comfort even with, you know, I'm at comfort with my faults and flaws. I am at peace when I am angry. That kind of a thing. Because if you think that there's any experience of this existence that is like, you're not supposed to have it or something like that, like that's... Freedom, you know, what Zen is selling, what Zen was selling while I was there was freedom. And freedom isn't freedom to behave. Freedom isn't freedom to do what we tell you to do. Right? Freedom's fucking freedom. And people hear that and it's like, well, that sounds dangerous. It's some kind of, you know, what is that philosophy? Like, are you saying that, you know, you can do anything and you know, kill people and stuff like that? And, you know, yes. In a sense, kinda. Not to encourage or promote, there's always going to be, you know, Buddhism and Zen and all of it, you know, acknowledges that there's karma to every action, but it disacknowledges the idea that there's right and wrong, there's good and evil, that these things are, innate to the universe. These are qualities assigned by human beings based on what human beings like and don't like. You like this to happen, you don't like that to happen. You would like this to happen to you, you wouldn't like that to happen to you. And so we have these rules, and we frequently give them like cosmic level, you know, some kind of, you know, deity inspired precedence or something, you know. It's like, this is shit's really real, this is the universal cosmic law, this is God's, you know, all that kind of stuff. And it's like, no, you made that shit up. You know, we made that shit up. Which isn't to say that it's useless, or that it's bad, or that it's wrong. It's just to acknowledge that we made that shit up. How did we do this in the other place? I want to make sure that I'm actually doing this right. I think that goes there. Yeah. And then so you hook, and you hook. I'll take you out. I like this. I like working in the blueprint thing. I'm having a good time. I'm not sure that this needs to be a Mark II. Are you not aligned? Are you closer on one side than the other, or is this one not? Or why haven't you snapped to it? Ah, it's backwards. This game is so visually clear, you know? It's just so... You always know what you're doing. You always know which button you've pressed, and yeah, don't you though? So it's a splitter, and the splitter needs to be coming in, because you'll be coming from there, and do, and so it's like this, and that should be the correct orientation. Yes. Way back. I always thought Zen is like a poet teaching non-duality, and Jochin is like a scientist teaching it. I mean, in the ideal setup for Zen, nobody's teaching nothing. I don't think. Are you what the fuck? With the ballsing, shitting ball. Look at it, and it's not fucking aligned. Because it's so fucking clear when you're doing something, where you're setting it, and that it's gonna be in the right place, and oh my god, this game. It's so clear. And their snapping systems are completely fleshed out and totally functional. Yeah, it's like that, and then you want to be in the center, but I also need to know that you're not too far forward. So is this the right place? That looks like the right place in the center and the right place forward, and the input is from that side. Okay. Okay. But I suppose when you're comparing, there we go, when you're comparing like different sort of, different, these different ways of expressing sort of the same concepts. Zen has a particular... it has an emphasis on immediacy. It has an emphasis on taking action. It has an emphasis on go, do, learn by doing, learn by moving forward. Stop trying to think it out. And it also has an emphasis on spontaneity. Zen tends to sell. There are other experiences that will allow you to, perceive your freedom within Zen, but most often Zen talks about sudden awakening. Sudden awakening followed by gradual cultivation, because that's how Zen, teaches, and that's what Zen likes to sell, likes to market, and I think that's how it happens for most practitioners of Zen too. It's not just a marketing line, but it's true that your awakening will not come because you realized something in your brain. It will come because a dog barked, because you prepared your mind and you prepared yourself and your identity, and you got into a certain state, and then you heard a dog bark, and you go, you really heard the dog bark, without a dog and without a bark, but you actually connected to that moment, and there's. So this is 4 smelters. So 4 2-floor smelter is how I'm going to do our naming convention, I think. 4 2-floor smelter. Yeah. So this is 4 smelters in 2 stories with 1 merged input and 1 split input, right? One split input and 1 merged output. And so then we want you, and maybe we select a color for like 2-story things. Which we'll probably want it to be a number that I can remember in hex. So that would just be yellow. Save that blueprint. And now turn around though, because now that I've said that out loud, does this work to output fast enough? Yeah, this will output 120 off of a 2. Yeah. Off of a tier 2 thing. Cool. So we've just made a smelter stack. I like it. So check this out. Now if you clear the Blueprint Designer cleared resources have been, and then it goes off of the screen too fast for you to possibly read. They've been put in here. So then you can just take it all back. And you turn around and it's completely gone. And now if we go over here to our building field, instead of having all of this, which I actually set up very nicely. This is also a very, very nice design that's pretty easy to slap together, and maybe we should build it in the designer too for a flat thing. But let's replace it, because we'll have a slightly smaller footprint if we do. Call this out. And then actually, I could consider moving everything to the right. Moving it all to the right here. Since we now know that our, that's going to be the one that's feeding this system. So yeah, I'm going to yank all this up. And we go to blueprints. The 4 2-time smelters. And so it's really easy to tell which direction things are coming from, isn't it? Wait, no, the opposite of that. Do I have enough room? Yeah, I can have it right here. And then I can actually have it, like, really tight to this, this drill, even. It fits. Let's see how this fits, how it looks.
Building in blueprint mode can further optimize your construction process with snapping and quick dismantling options.
Yeah.
Build modes are not just there to make your work easier, they compensate for inevitable human error. Fix-It understands humanity like no other, and humanity needs you to be efficient and productive at all times.
Yeah, you know, hey, go fuck yourself. There's nothing wrong with humanity. There's a couple of things wrong with humanity. Alright, so there's a few things wrong with humanity, but who's asking? Huh? Who wanted your opinion? I'll just do like a two times guy. And then look at us, huh? And so your output comes right there, and what used to sprawl out over here is just right there, and we got one output feeding out, and it's all getting merged together, so we've got one line that will have 120 per second in it, and it's all in a nice little tight package like that. I like this. Let's continue to, you know, work over on the blueprint side of things. I mean, let me go ahead and hook you up, huh? So it'll be like that. Look at this. Look at this. How's the, like, directionality of the thing, though? Because you're kind of at different... Like, should I tear it back down and put it up more in line with the hub?
Now run, jump. I can be your backpack while you run, jump. Now breathe.
Listen to me now. Idaho, welcome in. How you doing? I mean, what lines are you on? Yeah, I think I gotta pull this down and get it perfectly aligned, which means actually this was the problem. I was looking at this miner, and this miner's not correct. You need to turn a little bit to the right. So if I'm from the back of here, I'll get rid of you. And then production, miner mark 2. It's like that, right? And that's perfectly in line. Hello, sir. Hello to you as well. So now, because we're using blueprints, I can just yank all that down in one grab. So yeah, let's continue working on the blueprint thing. Very satisfying. But so let me just realign and replace this blueprint. 4 times 2 floor smelter. Let's make sure that we've got the right line. That's the correct line to match the hub. And then for fuck's sake with the ground that won't let me walk on it. Up here. We just need enough clearance for it to be able to wrap around. This might be it. And, you know, I don't love that, but I also don't hate it. I don't give it a damn, I think is the real word. And then, just for making me feel a little bit better, because I think all that's going to come down as well, let's keep some right angles going. So miner mark 2. And that. Is that at a right angle? It's rather difficult to tell, isn't it? It seems plausible anyway. Looks good enough for my taste. Now we got the hub, and we walk out, and we're immediately looking at that. That's a pretty nice thing to look at, too, from walking out of the hub. You know, aesthetics count. They really do. So now we've got a 4-banger that outputs 120 right there, ready to go. And we're coming up on the 2-hour break here. But what would be like our next our next project in the Blueprint Manager. I could quickly make the 4-banger flat, but I'm gonna, because we're almost at the 2-hour thing, I don't want to like start on something that I need to truly engineer. So I'm gonna make a small single story version of a 4-smelter thing too. I really like this, the blueprint stuff. I really quite dig it. I think this is going to take, let's say, 3. Say it's going to take 3 foundations. So there, and there, and there. In fact, I think it's going to take less than 3 now that I'm sitting here putting it down. So let's bring them in and just leave a little bit of a space between them. So like there. And there. But if you do that, that's the problem. Then there's not enough room for both of the smelters to sit on the same foundation. Yeah. Which is why it kind of has to be 3 if you want to use foundations. Yeah. I don't like that about the way that the foundation system works in this. I don't like anything about the way the foundation system. No. Okay. So then I basically want to leave just enough space for our merger stacks. So give me the smelters. And in fact, yeah, what I'll do is I'll throw just one of these down in the middle, just to act as a gapper. And maybe I can stand on it and be able to see what the goddamn hell I'm doing. Smelter. You actually on the thing? You're not. So maybe like there's not enough room with 3 of them even for there to be like a central gap. There'll still be a gap in the middle. Let's just put them on the line. So smelter on the edge, like that. Check the front. Front looks good as well. There's 2. Let me do the same over here. Starting to run out of light. I think there, there, and you've got the space in the middle that will take a gapper. Good. Not that necessarily we'll be using it like that. I just, you know, I wanna see it. I wanna see it. In fact, I could move it all in by 1 then. Yeah, well, first do this part. Which is on the input side of things. We're going to, yeah, just 1, and we're going to split it. Not a smart splitter, just a regular old splitter. And so it comes in like that, and then we go out like that. Simple as that. Oh, wait, is that... No, that's right. That's right. Just gotta start on this side. Like that, and so there's your input. And this doesn't need to be there. Oh, and it's all a little bit off to the left, too. That's not a problem, though. I can fix that. So then, for the output, we want to do the same concept here. Here. Except with mergers. Come in like that. What are you doing? Okay, I got you. And then like that. Nope, still want to go like so. and that'll be a Mark II. And so that should give you one output right here that gives you the whole 120. And that's, you know, not a two-story. It's the same thing that we've just built, but this is a single-story version of it. So let's save it. So 4x 1f. I don't know if I should be saying that. Yeah, maybe just 4x smelters. And this will be so 4 smelters on a single level with in fact just say 4 smelters with 1 split input and 1 merged output. And then the icon is going to be smelters, but this time we will leave it with the blue background. Okay, and then the fact that it's a little bit off the center there bothers me. I'm not sure if it would show up. Let's find out if it would show up if I were doing the placement. Is it like off center of where I'm standing? Doesn't look like it is, but it does still bother me. So I'm going to fix it by clearing the blueprint designer and then picking up everything that I just used and then turning around and placing the blueprint that we just made in the center. Is it in the center? Yeah, it's in the center this time. Like that. Okay. And then I come back in and I think I just have to do 4x smelters. And I'm going to have to write all this stuff again. 4 smelters. With 1 split input and 1 merged output. And then again select smelter. Color is correct. It's giving me a warning. I'm going to overwrite something. And then it confirms, do you want to overwrite it? I do. And now if we load that blueprint up, you know, it is how I would want it to be. So good. You go ahead and clear the designer. I don't know why you can't escape out of this menu. That's a UI oversight. Okay. We've created some nice smelter blueprints, and the one that we're using is actually the 2-story one back there. But I figured might as well make the other one as well. So that's where we're starting, and we're rebuilding the whole field today. And this was my first attempt at rebuilding the whole field. And then I remembered we've got blueprints, and that's going to help, and we can be packing this stuff up more intelligently, and doing it in, you know, 2 stories and that sort of a thing. But I like some of the things that we came up with, which is the idea that we're going to move our steel production from over there to over here. Yeah. So, we've been playing for 2 hours. That's our mark to take a break. So we're going to have ourselves a 7-minute live stream break. I'll play some music. It's an opportunity to get a snack, get a drink. And it's a chance for me to roll some ads so that we won't keep getting ads. So this is first live stream break. Save you. And then we go into windowed mode so that I can minimize the game. And we turn the audio all the way down. Apply. Confirm. And I minimize the game. So yeah, 7-minute live stream break. Meet me back here in 7 minutes. Empty your bowels, evacuate your whatever you got to do. Meet me back here, and we will continue on. And we're going to blueprint up some 2-story versions of various constructions, like maybe a 4-banger setup for constructors, and then like maybe a double assembler stack and that kind of thing. Just 2-story versions of things that are going to pack them in a little bit tighter and make it easy for us to just slap them down and configure them and overclock them as we need. Meet me back here in 7 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Pawn not out. Play the music. Thank you. Oh my God. Winamp. Hello, I am the Ronin Pawn, and apparently I didn't load up enough music for the entirety of the live stream break. Welcome back to twitch.tv/Ronin Pawn livestream on twitch.tv/Ronin Pawn. Hey, there's a thing in the way of the screen here. This can't possibly be right. Actually, I could go ahead and do that, couldn't I? She's back there. And that feels a little bit... Oh, no, you're not supposed to move. God, son of a biscuit. Mother Teresa. Is that the right place? And then if I locked you down... So I added this in to our live stream overlay. What? Drag the... There we go. I added this in just to share with you guys my little bot that I've been coding. Project Iced Cream over here, and this is what the output of it is right now. Just some, logging. Really just for, like, bug catching and testing and trapping and stuff. But this is what it looks like. This is the capabilities of our bot right now. If you type !ping in here, it will pong you, because I'm working on the command line structure right now for being able to give the bot commands in chat. And so, in fact, I'll hit it with a ping. And so, yeah, it sees your chat. It learns who you are by the fact that you're chatting right now. Eventually, it'll be, looking in chat to see who people are and creating a line in the database. And eventually, we're gonna completely sort of offload what Twitch has done with its subscribers and bits and all that kind of stuff. It's all going to be directly through the streamer via these interfaces that I'm making. So I thought I'd just expose you to a little bit of the back end of Project Ice Cream. And other than that, we're actually playing Satisfactory today. I'm not incompetent. You don't know from incompetence. I will show you incompetent. Get the audio back on, and then full screen us so the mouse doesn't keep popping out of the window like it does when it's in windowed mode, even when it's in windowed full screen mode. Alright, we are rebuilding absolutely everything today in our Factorio world, so I've already tore down quite a bit of our field. You can see I started to build it back up over there, but then I stopped starting to build it, and then I started to use the blueprint system, with which we have designed this guy, which is a 2-story, 4-smelter majigger madealy. You put your ore in right through there, and then it distributes the ore into the smelters on the back side, and then on the front side, it combines them all and hands it all right back out to you. And honestly, we could make it take up a little bit less space because of the gap, the space between here. The only problem is that then we don't have, like, clearance of the foundations. But, I don't know, am I okay with that? Can I imagine a way in which I become okay with that? We could overlap foundations. We could just overlap foundations. How would that help, actually? Hold on. How does that make any bit of goddamn difference? I don't actually know. I'm not sure. I think we'll just leave that as it is. But I want to keep designing over here for our needs in the blueprint. So what's the next thing that we need now that we've got, like, a setup for getting the ore out? The next thing that we had come up with was, we need to create our smeltery for the steel. Our foundries. So, what if I vertically stacked foundries? Let's make a 2-banger vertical stack foundry deal in the blueprint thing. I think that's reasonable. So let's see what kind of space we need for that. Like how much room in comparison to a foundation does a foundry take up? So dead in the middle, one of you, and then a foundry. Okay. And then if I put walls on that, how does it feel? How does it look? How does it feel? How does it feel? How does it look? it's too tight. It's absolutely too tight. So that makes me want to, like, game the system a little bit and get what we want anyway. So if I were to hang the foundation a little bit over this way, and then I came back with a wall, and I put the wall in, and then I ripped that foundation down. There's not going to be anything connected to it, though. The wall won't actually look like it's connected to anything if we do it that way. You see where I was going with this, which was to then lean the foundation to this side by one. And put the wall like that. But yeah, then if we do have the foundation in the middle, it ain't touching a damn thing. Everything's just floating there, which is not okay. I just hate to take up all that space for one thing, you know. And this is the kind of thing that, like, all of these games except for Factorio that just was fucking perfect, and I don't know why it is that nobody else can get it right. This is where, like, most games where they allow you to build things just haven't thought about it enough, you know? Like, how do you end up designing a system where the model goes a little bit over the size of the, you know, it's like, why would you do this? If this is intentional, I want you to explain why this is your intention. And if it's not intentional, then what is your job again? Like, what are you supposed to be doing that you're not? Because I don't get it. I don't think I understand what it is you think you're doing. So if we do it this way instead, and we grab another foundry, and we drop it dead in the middle, and then it extends beyond on all of the sizes, and so it's just like, why did you make what? That's interesting. So what was the idea? I just really want to know, what was the idea? Love to have it explained to me. Did you have an idea? Intention is that it's also a designing game where design is a problem that you can solve. I don't think there is a solution to this. Just Ollie J. That's the problem, is that I don't see that there is a solution to this. It's just a visual annoyance in a game that is designed and marketed toward people who have, like, OCD. You know, people who like design and who like engineering. I have just enough freedom here to not be able to solve these problems. That's not willful design. There's not a clean solution to this. You know, best case scenario is, like, I start overlapping and shoving things in and creating clipping errors and you know, stuff like that. And it's inelegant, is what I would say. And it's an intelligent person who actually cares about these things designs this in a way that you can, you know, expand out from underneath or something. Like, you set up a grid system that is like this, and then you make sure that someone can build onto those grids and fill those grid spaces. I even find this to be quite, you know, what... Really? We're just going to do that? That's going to be our solution. We're going to have a little bit of merging here on the corners there. We're not going to finish that off. We're also just going to hang this half and half into each space so that it overlaps without a consideration of whether or not there's a second thing there, you know? Should this be on the inside? Should it be on the outside? There's logic to how you set up these systems. This is like the cheapest, slap-it-in-placest way that you can possibly do this. And in a game where it's about, you know, grid and design and engineering and stuff like that, figuring out the grid really needed to be done, you know, before the end of year 2. And it does not, it's not in a place where, this is not a 1.0 system. The game certainly can be sold in this state, and I've been enjoying myself, but I'm very disappointed in the lack of, like, polish will come. We're in 1.0. Polish will come, but this isn't polish we're talking about. This is basic fucking game. The basic core things that you can't fix now. They've fucked it up in a way that you can't go back and fix that. Because you'd have to, like, you break the game for people the way that they know how it works and the way that they've built things until now. This had to be gotten right early and immediately, and it isn't, and now we're stuck with it, is how it feels to me. So now I would like to, build up, but I have to have these on the edges. I have to, and so we just don't, I guess. I guess we just don't. And that's just so fucking annoying. Along with the fact that this problem right here, this was my first indication of, oh god, they didn't do it. They didn't get it right. This. Two constructors sitting next to each other. Two constructors sitting next to each other. When they start moving, these pass through each other. The animation extends beyond the placeable hitbox, and so you place them, and then they merge through one another as they're sitting next to each other. That's just bad. That's just oops. That is an oops that you shipped. You didn't have to ship it. You have fair complaints from how you see things. Most that play this have overcome it in many ways, though. I mean, I can't imagine how you overcome... share how you get walls to go up. I also don't think that it's a good idea to have to, like, that it's a good standard to have to overcome the game you paid for to get... but, like, how do I make this and not have, like, it to eat up too much space, right? How do I get walls that go up where I want them to go up? Where it doesn't merge and overlap with that. And I think the answer is you don't do that. You just can't do that. I guess allowing, like, accepting that we're going to have to merge through some of them. The basis of factory games overcome the game? I mean, no, because, like, Factorio got it right. So none of us can ever claim that, like, oh, it's just part of how these games are, because we've all played Factorio now, and we all know what it's supposed to be, where the systems just work. If we do it on just one side, we're merging through pieces of steel and stuff, but at least we don't have, like, a stack poking through on one side, so maybe this is a viable design. You just have to accept that it's not great. Okay, and then we need to go up actually further than that. So let's try double. Okay, so that fits, and we lose the ladder. And there's some merging, but it's the kind of merging that we can ignore. We can accept that level of merging, whereas I couldn't possibly accept this level of merging. That's just a no-go. And it's just, I don't know, it bothers the hell out of me because, I'm a 3D modeler, I have worked in Unreal, I'm a coder, and these are the things that I would always, like, this is day one we're at the wall and we're drawing out like what our principles of design are going to be, and it's going to be number one, we're working in a 3D space. It's going to be a grid-based snapping system. We can never ever design a model that extends beyond its placement space. It's got to fit. It's got to fit, and everything's got to be able to sit next to everything else. There's got to be, you know, we're never going to have an overlap. We're never going to have this happening. That's got to be day one foundational. We've talked about it. We've thought about it. We're the kind of people who play these games, and we know how annoying it is when you go to make something and it just doesn't snap and stuff. So we're going to get it right. We're never, ever going to have it, you know, extend outside and overlap and have two animations that cross into one another. And they didn't have that conversation, and they didn't do it. And because of it, we're living in this world. We're living in this world where if I turned these two things on, the very first thing that you see in the game that's an automated production thing has a broken animation to it, where it overlaps and it pushes through another thing. That is so... How did you do that? How did you not think about this? And how did you, like, get to that point and see that was happening and go, well, it's good enough? And how did it stay good enough till 1.0? How many years did it take you to be where we are right now? Factorio is a completely different system, though, just by having to always move your factories because of the resources, or at least I think so. I mean, this is definitely the attempt to make Factorio 3D, and there's so many challenges to that. It's just, I can't believe that you didn't see this coming and didn't plan for it and didn't make it like part of your core understanding of like, this is what we're gonna do, this is what we're not gonna do. Okay, we figured out a design that I can probably live with. But I'm making it in the wrong spot in here, so we're gonna do it. Dead middle now. And yeah, well, actually, before I do that, I should put the thing down in case there's a placement problem. Is that correct? No, that's not correct. The inability to snap an object to the dead middle, to know what you're doing while you're doing it, to see it. Like, is this as central to that as we can make it? I think that is. I think that's it. I think. It's definitely... It's enough, is what I'll say. It's enough. It's an enjoyable experience, but it is destroyed. Every single live stream that we've had playing this game, it is overshadowed by its faults. Like, if I'm writing a review, then Satisfactory, you know, the line is absolutely, like, they set themselves up for this one. Satisfactory is satisfactory, but overshadowed by its many faults and oversights. It feels like... It makes you wonder if this wasn't more a group of people who rushed to secure to be the first ones out with the game that turns Factorio 3D, because, you know, there were a bunch of people who wanted to do that, and maybe they weren't necessarily the people who had the mind for it. I don't know. Isn't even close to Factorio 3D. I mean... Now you're just wrong. Now you're just... It's not even... Okay, so we don't move material... We don't create materials from ores and move them with belts. And this is... If we look down on this from above. Now, if you're saying that it's not anywhere near satisfying as Factorio would be, then yeah. Yeah. You know, the things that are missing here that aren't Factorio are more like... You know, Factorio had a message behind it. It had, you know, the pollution mechanic and all that kind of stuff. And this game has brought its own stuff to the table. Absolutely. But don't ever try and convince anybody that this isn't, you know, that this isn't aping Factorio. That wasn't where we started and what we've been doing and all that kind of stuff. That's just a lie. That's just straight up. If you can convince somebody of that, then you let me know who they are, because I've got a bridge that I own the naming rights to in New Jersey, and did I place this the right way? It's got to be the forward is actually the direction that faces the control thing. So did I put the one down there in the right place? No, I didn't. Yeah, the back needs to be the back and the forward needs to be the forward. Yeah, that's the... Nope. I didn't quite make it in there. Is it because of the wall? Can I get it in with the wall? And yeah, you can put it in there. It's just... Well, can I, though? Because... Yeah, it doesn't look like I can. I mean, if I pull you away... Okay. Now the front's the front, the back's the back. Is this where it goes? I think that's it. That's it. Just to spend this much time, like, fighting placement systems when I'm building on the foundation, you know? So the foundation is like, here, opt into our snapping system. I'm building in the snapping grid with a foundation on it, and I'm still fighting to get things in the place that I want to. I think you might have missed the mark. The game's been out for the public since 2018, and I waited. Just Ollie J. I waited. Because I didn't want to be, you know, have this experience, right? I waited for 1.0. I waited for them to be selling it proper. And then I showed up, and it's fine. It's fine. It's good even, I'd say. It's good. And occasionally, you know, something breaks through and it's like, oh my god, that's brilliant. You know, the last live stream we had, I was like, that was a bit of, we're looking at really brilliant design here with the, you know, getting to Sam and finding the source of quartz and stuff in the cave, and it's like 4 or 5 sessions into gameplay, finally breaking through that in this mode of gameplay. You know, that's brilliant to like keep you feeling like you're still discovering things, like the world is still fresh and new and wow, you know, you're still having that experience. That was some brilliant design. But there's just so much bad design here, so much bad underlying, lack of philosophy, lack of having really thought things through. So a double stack of smelters, if there's another way to do this. It takes up a lot more space, but you could fit 4 of them in. No, because where would you put the ends? Kind of imagine. They did listen a lot to the people who actually played it, so your complaints might have changed the game to what you wanted if it gained enough traction. So, you know, that's the sacrifice. It's a double-edged blade of early access. You can't hold the player base accountable for not wanting to ruin their experience of your game. So you can't complain that when you think you're done with the game, like you've been listening to a hug box of people who put out money for early access when they didn't even know if you'd make a game that had much game to it, kind of a thing, and then you release and find out that the wider audience who isn't a hug box has massive complaints. It's time to, you know, go back to work, right? Now you've reached the full audience. It's time to not just get comfortable in your fucking hug box, which is what designers have the biggest problem with, indie developers in particular, because they find their little audience that helps fund them making the game, and then like when they reach the larger audience and get feedback from people who aren't willing to overlook like 90% of the faults and who weren't on board to be part of your bug testing crew, then they just don't want to listen. Then they're tuned out. Listen, you should have been here in the first place or something like that. No, that's not how this works. Like, and it's the cost of going that early access road is, you've got to learn by doing in the industry, the penalties of early access. And the penalties are, you're going to have a lot of people that come on early because they love the idea of your game, and then they're going to suffer through your teething of trying to develop the game, and they're going to get, like, burned out, and they're going to walk away, and they're never going to come back. And yeah, you made some early access money if that's all you care about, but you lost part of your core audience. That's one of the losses. And then there's other people who have been through that experience who are going to say, oh no, I'm excited for this game. I'm not going to ruin it for myself. So I'm going to wait until it's 1.0. And so you're probably going to make a little bit more money off of those people because they waited until it was done, and they're going to pay a higher price for it. They're not going to pay the early access price. They're going to pay the, premier, it's done price. Done enough to ship anyway. But you're going to have to wait for that money. You're going to have to wait for that audience, and you're not going to get feedback from that audience. These aren't, the customer is never wrong. Like, you can't say, you should have been here. No. It's like saying, you should play the game the way that I want you to play the game, or you should understand the systems the way that, no. It's you're crafting a game. It's game design. You're crafting a game, and you have to be speaking to the player. You have to be making it so that, somebody looks at the cards, the playing cards, and understands how we're going to play the game. You don't have to hand them a 200-page manual. And when you got people like me coming in from Factorio, and you're aping that style, and you're changing the rules and stuff, you got to put a lot of effort into your onboarding to make it like clear how you've changed things and how things are different. And these are all the places that they still need to work. There's still a lot that needs to be done in terms of that tutorial process when you first open the game and start up your first playthrough in survival, or whatever this would be called. I don't know, but there's a lot of work to be done there. Of just reasonable assumptions that a player who either has played other games that are like this would make, or that a player who's never played a game like this, can't penetrate, and you're simultaneously not working hard enough. Well, it's basically you're not working hard enough to communicate in that opening. And then you get to stuff like this, and it's just like, how do you make models with hitboxes and the visuals extend beyond the hitboxes? That's day one. Game looks like it gets repetitive fast, Sister Mason. I don't know. I think they're working it. I think they're working it pretty good. The fact that this is opened up is nice. I like this system. I like that I've sort of stopped giving a damn about my field while I'm engineering like reproducible solutions to drop in. And the discovery of the cave and fighting all those spiders and everything, and finding, now we've got Sam and we got access to new stuff and open up in the MAM. Their timing of keeping the middle game going feels pretty good. They're really shaky in the opening. Their feet are broken in the opening. So these are, what are these even called again? They're not smelters, they're foundries. So we'll say two floor foundries. Two floor foundry. So two foundries stacked. I don't have like an input or an output yet. Yeah, don't worry. I just let me go. Let me go. See this? They will be discarded. Alright. So how do I want to handle like input-output here? Like, should I take care of that in advance, or should I let them take care of that? I think I should take care of input-output. But I don't know, it also, we might have 4 of these sitting next to each other, and then the inputs and the outputs, and they might be putting out different things from each of them. So actually, maybe this is one we don't combine inputs or outputs. So 2x, 2f, foundry, 2 foundries, stacked, no input or output logic. And so foundries. No, that's is this the foundry? That looks like it. So then what? I just accidentally clicked a button and all my work is gone. Is that right? Did we just do that? So, remember when I tried to save the thing, or I wanted to cancel out to turn around and look at it, and there was like an extra window, and it was actually, it wanted me to cancel, it wanted me to confirm that I was not going to save instead of canceling out of the window. Remember how they protected me from that happening? And then there was a window here, and I clicked that, and I clicked that, and then I just clicked in a spot, and there was no confirmation, and now it's all gone. That's a pretty big fucking oversight, huh? That's a pretty big oops on our fucking UI, isn't it? That's whoops. We didn't do the basics. This is my problem with this game. Things work right up until they fall apart in the most disgusting fucking way I've ever seen. Oh my god. It's not that big of a deal. It's an easy thing to put back together now that I've got it. It's just fuck me. Really? Really? You fucked that up too? I mean, that's, I know how you make these systems so that they sort of reproduce themselves, you know, they just get implemented. You make a class, you object-oriented programming it, and they've got that UI broken in a way, like they don't just reuse the system that you've already designed somewhere else with a different text in the space. What are you doing? Wait. Is this the wrong side? This is the wrong side. We're supposed to be blocking the ladder side. Yeah, I switched which direction this was, and then... Okay, so we would have had to remake it anyway. Because I had it put together wrong in the first place, and then I switched to one thing, but then I had to switch to the other thing. Now, the biggest problem is just getting up there to place the last one. And foundry. And this is the back, and that looks like it's in the right position. Yeah. That looks right. It's not a sin to have standards, and to notice when people aren't living up to 2x, foundry, wait, 2x, 2f, because 2 floor, foundry, and that's 2 foundries stacked, is all we're going to say about that. And then we select the icon, we make sure not to, we click the wrong thing at the wrong time, because there's no protection. Where's the foundry? It was below this, wasn't it? No, it was this one, and then the foundry... This is the foundry. Aha. Okay. Select icon, click here. Yes, click here, and then hashtag FFFF00 for yellow, because we're going to make everything that's a 2-story thing yellow. And then save the blueprint. Holy shit. Okay. Yenti, hi, I saw your speedrunning guide for the swindle today. I think it's great you made that public for the community. Oh, cool. I'm glad that people are finding it, and that maybe it'll get some use made of it. You know, just having all of the sort of multipliers in the correct places in a spreadsheet so that you can like do the math and figure out, so how much money do I usually expect to have in this particular spot? That's that should be helpful, even if the route that I've come up with isn't the route, you know. I think the route I've come up with is really good for just balancing, like, RNG, so that you're running that swindle speed run, which is just all random numbers. It's all waiting for the game to let you have a chance, and then hoping that once it gives you a chance, it doesn't kill you by sliding you on the stairs or having you swing at something but it didn't hit them, or the swing smacks on the window. Oh, I was within one tile's gap of that window, so even though I'm turned away from it and smacking at this enemy who's rushing toward me, I only hit the window that's behind me. Oh, great, I'm dead. And that's the end of that run. At least when you get a chance to run, you know, I hope that routing that I came up with gives people the chance to run most of the time, as opposed to waiting for, you know, the 1 in a million RNG. So this is it, and we saved it, and it's looking good. Let's take it back over to the field and slap one down and see how it fits. But yeah, actually, I didn't. You know, I just posted, I haven't mentioned it on the live stream, so I shared my routing and a spreadsheet that I made for the Swindle speedrun on the Swindle community forums the other day. That has all of the things that I know about the routing that allowed me to take my PB from 52 minutes to 42 minutes in the course of like a week after I came up from that routing. I saved 10 minutes over my PB once I had that routing in hand. So the foundries for our steel field are currently set up over here, and I guess we're ripping them all down. Basically, the goal for this live stream is just get to the point where we've got everything set back up again by the end of the live stream, but, you know, 1,000 times better, using our new recipes. That's where I'm headed. That's where I'm hoping I'm headed. No, let me up. So if I just leave that there, how are we doing on... I need to get this stuff aligned again. You go off that way and everything else doesn't. So, this, eh? Blueprints. I would love to get these. Is there a way for me to, let's see, add a category, and then name the category something? Hey, there is. I've never done this before. So good UI design that I could just find it. 2F designs. So this is second story. Do you have an arrow that just points up? Yeah, that seems pretty good. Okay, apply, and then 2-story designs. Do I click here to change where it lives? No. It seems like you would drag and then drop. Category is empty. To add a subcategory, press the edit button. Do I have to have a subcategory? You can also drag a blueprint here to automatically create a new subcategory. Huh? Category is empty. You. Okay. I was almost at you. So, edit. Now these are drag droppable. Drag it over you. You can also drag a blueprint here to automatically create a new subcategory. Boom. Nothing happens. Alright, so... make a subcategory, I guess. Do I name it something? Okay, new subcategory. You name it here. This is fucking weird. So this is nothing like the undefined category. I just gave you a compliment on good design, UI design, and then here we are. So 2F designs, and this will be, I guess I'll have a subcategory that's just for, smelting. you know, cooking. It's, yeah, I guess. And now that I've done that, can I, for fuck's sake... I can, for fuck's sake. Okay. Undefined. So there is a little subcategory. Okay, I see. I see what you got now. Now I have to take back my compliment. Though. That it was good design. 4 smelters. Here we go. Let's go. Wait. So this is 2F designs. So actually, I want to do this a different way then. Now that I see how your system is laid out, then I guess we'll do smelting as the main category. And then we'd want to change the icon to something fire, burn, fire, burn. You don't got fire? Come on. You got water, but you don't got fire? What else would look like? You got so many vehicle things, you don't have anything that represents smelting? Like this is a I guess I'll use this. It's a factory, it's not. Again, I'm flabbergasted. So then, instead of smelting under smelting, we get 2F versus 1F, I guess. So give me another subcategory. And then, actually, it should be 1 and then 2. Interesting that I can have the same name for one without you complaining. That's neat. Okay. Apply changes. Cool. I'm just learning how, you know, if I don't take the time, this is the annoying part that you watch because I'm the only streamer who, you know, actually brings you along on the ride. And I'm also not trying to, you know, maybe I'm, you know, some level of sociopathy, because I hear sociopaths don't give a shit what you think of them. And the thing is, though, you know, you get into entertainment, and pretty much everybody who gets into entertainment, I would say, you get into it because you're desperate for approval of somebody else, kind of a thing. But, like, if you then go on to fix yourself, you're left in an industry full of people who are desperate, and you're not, and it's just weird. It's just weird. I went and fixed myself, actually, before I joined the industry, so it's especially weird. Let's leave some walking space betwixt the twain, but if I dropped you there, what do you think? Huh? And then I come in here and I take that out, and I replace you with, oh, no, I shouldn't have taken that out. Well, shit and balls, and shitty balls. Let's pull this whole thing down, and place again, with the 2 times foundries, and maybe this isn't good to put it like right next to the other one. Like, I'm definitely considering that, even though I'm doing it anyway. Put you here, and then in order to make this work, I'll put one of these here, and then switch over to single removal mode, and then nope, the other way. And do I need 4, or can I get away with 2? Looks like I can get away with 2. Okay. There's a game that I feel does like this kind of stuff, building and placing, like better than, and it's unfinished game because it didn't get enough love. But it's called. If we go back to our main view here. It's this one. It's Outpost Zero. Outpost Zero has a lot of these building mechanics and you know, a little bit of this engineering stuff going on as well. Not like conveyor belts, not Factorio style, but Outpost Zero has a lot of the building going on, and I feel like it does it better. The snapping is more I don't, it just all works, you know? This doesn't all work. Some of it works, but not all of it works. Can I get between you two? I'm not going to live in a world where I can't get between you two. God damn it. I tried to make it so that I could get between you two, but the fucking placement system is so fucking, you know, all of the things we've been saying, so... Spend so much time just trying to get things into place. I can get between you two, hooray. Then I come over here, I put down another grid because we can't snap to the grid. It doesn't snap to the object if the grid's not. So we put that down, and then we bring this back in, and then we do like that. And we take this out. Okay, so now there's double foundries there. And I could, you know, put in 4 of them, even though we only expect to need 3. I could go ahead and slap down another one next to these 2. Kind of future-proofing us a little bit. I think that's probably a smart thing to do. Am I out of materials? No, you just don't like the uneven terrain or something? You know I'm just gonna fix that. Encroaching on other objects' clearance. What object? What are you talking about? Okay, there we go. You're actually snapping. I don't like that you're that much lower, and I feel like if I... Again, I want enough clearance, but if I do that, and then I set the blueprint on top, how are we in terms of, like, lining up-ish? It's not far off. See, this is the problem. I don't want to have to gap everything by 1 entire foundation's worth. Do you want a tip for placing that is often missed early? Is there right on the screen where placing, but easy to miss, basically? Yeah, sure. I mean, I'm pretty sure I've seen it all, but I'd love to hear if there's something else. I'm not going to be trapped to a global system. That's the one thing, is I'm not going to, you know, have everything snapping to global coordinates because they couldn't come up with a better system than that. But I would like to be able to... What I want from the game is, you know how in every single other fucking thing in this fucking game, if you've got the same object and you hold control, it lines up with it and snaps. I want that for foundations. I don't want this to be global snapped to coordinates and I have to abide by your, you know, angle that you've chosen. I want this to do exactly the same thing that everything else does, and instead of doing that, snap so that I can be on the exact same line as the foundation next to it, but a little bit away. So I can create gaps but stay on the same essential grid. That's what I would like. But if there was some, like, if I could place one on top of the other, but halfway, and then get, that would help too, if I were able to, like, I could put one half-seas on top of the 2 of these, and then take it away, and then get the other, and then put the one below it. I'm looking for tricks. Just want a little gap. I want a walkable gap between these 2. I think that's probably good. And then because it's 3D, I'm constantly, like, uncertain as to whether or not I've gotten it straight or not, because, you know, you stand back here and you look at it and, oh, that's definitely not straight. No, it's just, that's how perspective works, as it gets closer to the thing. You didn't miss it. Not quite sure how to do that, but I know some really good players have them. Oh, maybe I should look, some YouTube stuff up for, like, how to hack this bullshit. That's what I'd be looking for, is somebody who's willing to admit, like, listen, I enjoy playing it, but Jesus Christ, this game. That's who I'm looking for. There's more than enough people out there to, like, stroke the, we'll say, egos of developers in exchange of, like, early access. Is that not straight? That's not straight, is it? Are those on the same level? Yeah, that's not straight. All that time I'm looking at it, I'm like, no, it's because it's the perspective, you idiot. No, it's not straight. It's this fucking game, man. They can't have played it. They did not play this game. The developers have never tried playing their game. That's the problem. I figured it out. I solved for X. The developers of this game have never played it. All right, now we know. Now we understand. Come the fuck on, man. Just let me. It's not lined up. I mean, now that I've taken all the time, it's also like a bit of a sunk cost falaki. It's a bit of a time investment where it's like, I've taken all this time to try and get it right. Now I'm gonna get it fucking right. Alright, that's close enough, I think. We'll see once we place it down. Probably not, it's not in the right angle anyway. Wait, is this smelters, or what have I got here? Blueprints, foundries, fucking number 2. Foundry number 2. That looks correct. Finally. However, I mean, it didn't actually get snap on the thing either, but that's just, we'll make fun of the game for that later, but put you next to it, then come back with this, and then put you in, and then FFF. No, not F. Sorry, EEE. I'm sure it's gotta be 4. It gets pretty low over here. Yep. Okay. As simple as that. Easy as... We've now got iron output, and we got that, and we're gonna need more iron output and everything, but maybe I can, start turning my attention to the actual production of stuff now, which again, we're gonna do through the blueprints. I want to go back to the blueprints and make some fun stuff for this. So... let's make a 2-floor story blueprint for constructors. 4 constructors, and I'll hip you to, like, something that I made in my other, seed. And that would be... Give me all this back. That would be a system where, and I'm not going to actually make it here because I don't think it's what we're going to use, but it's like the inputs come in from either side, like that, and then there's, in the middle, they wouldn't be this far away, but in the middle they joined together, and so it's kind of, it takes a lot of floor space, but it kind of makes sense too, for like, merging everything together at the center and then having 2 different inputs. I'm not going to do it that way this time. We're going to do a more conventional approach and try and minimize the amount of space that we're taking up. We know that 2 of these things will sit right next to each other. Even though we also know that their animations will look like ass. They will overlap into one another, but I'm going to just cope with that. Because the constructors at least do fit onto the platforms. So one thing does. Wait. Nope, they're all too far to the back. It's the snapping system. You just gotta find the exact perspective from which to look at it so that you can see that you're getting all of the things in the right place, because... Just if you played the game, you surely would have noticed this. So, well, it doesn't matter what you are. Now we would go up with them. And I guess this is probably the reason why I ended up doing the wider spacing, is because if I put walls on this, then the animation is going to be inside the walls. Yeah, now that we get it here, I see that that's not really going to be viable, what I want to do. Which means that it has to be 3 wide, except I don't want to do it 3 wide, so let's try to not do it 3 wide by just giving us a little bit more space. So if I do like that, and I do like that, and then I hang the constructor off the edge this way, and I hang the constructor off the edge this way, and then we've got enough space for walls on the outside. And then it's just a matter of like, what's the extra height for the basic walls? Probably 2. It looks like it's 2. Let's confirm that. No, it's going to be 3. Okay. And I think each basic wall, it's 4 is equal to, so it's still correct to do like this. Yes. Yes, like so. Maybe you can hold the foundation and lock the hologram, then use arrow keys to move it. Hey. Let's see, so... hold the foundation, and then arrow keys. This could be helpful. I think we still have to do this kind of a thing. Why isn't there... Why are only you have those, but this doesn't? It's fine. I'm living with it, I said. But that's a great little thing that could help. I have found, well, one of the things that I did discover on my own with the locking of the hologram, and thank you, Just Ollie J, for that trick. One of the things that I did find was that, like, in certain situations, for a reason I cannot explain, you cannot place the thing next to the other thing. I think it was assemblers. And I couldn't put an assembler right next to the other assembler the way that I wanted to on the foundation. But if I locked the hologram down, then it went blue and would allow me to place it. In fact, I'm going to try that back here just to prove the concept, to see if I'm remembering this right. I think it's assemblers. You're just going to create like that. And then assemblers, they need more space than what those give. Do I have enough space to... Yeah. Just throw some in. It's no big deal. So, assemblers. If I put you there, and then I tried to put you here, it might have been... Wait. That's not an assembler. I'm sorry. I can't even fit it onto the space. Alright, never mind. Would have been nice. So maybe I could just do it out here real quick and see if I'm crazy or not. Yeah, there. So, assembler. And then... what was the deal? It wasn't assemblers then. What the hell was it? There's something where you place it down and I couldn't get it to sit next to the other one until I locked the hologram. And then if I locked the hologram, it went from red to blue. And then I was allowed to actually place it. And it looked like there shouldn't be any reason why I couldn't place it. Alright, so this is a little bit weird, I would say. But We're working with it. Go up here. Go up here. And then, since these are on top, I won't have them lean toward the middle like the others. I'll just have them on. Is that right? Looks right from where I'm standing. Yeah. I mean, this is going to be so much... This blueprint system is the smart way to avoid all of my complaints, right? Like, you're gonna be angry at it while you're using it, right? But once you've used it, then you just slap stuff down. It looks good. There were no poles or something around? No, it was on the blueprint thing, and I wasn't integrating any poles or anything either. It's maybe we'll open that one up just to see what it was, that other save file, before the end of the live stream here. So that's 4 of those. Shall I... What do we need 4 of those for, you know? Let's, let me go look over here at what our next need is going to be. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we were going to need a bunch of iron plates. And in fact, we were going to need 4 iron plates, weren't we? To be able to, like, max out. We were going to get 80 iron plates output. So that's what this will get used for first thing. I was just looking at it and being like, yeah, maybe it's better to be like 2x2 and have 1 of each, a left and a right. You know, use that one and that one since they do have to do this. But no, let's actually like merge this one together. Let's do all of the work for this. So to do the merging, I'll get you up in the middle here, and I'm probably going to go ahead and do this too. And let's have a merged output. Do you want it down or do you want it up? Is there going to be enough space betwixt the twain? No. So then probably we'll need to be like there. And then when we have one of these in place, this is what I'm trying to gap for. Yeah, that should be perfect. Where that is. So then, for you, I want to do a similar-ish thing. Except I want to take you down by 1. Yeah, like that. And maybe just to be sure, do it on that side as well. Like so. Quite have the jump here without a slide first. You know what I should be doing, actually? These things. This just came to me. This just struck me. These are fences. Or, I mean, ladders. These are ladders. And these will get me up. These give me a way to get up to the top of the things that I'm building. So if I just stack these, and that gives me a way to get up top. Yeah, let's have another one. Cool. And then take you away? No, you're the one that needed to stay there? Okay. Yeah, that's beautiful. Nailed. Now, dead in the middle. Merger. Like this. And I think that's the gapping. Or is that the gapping? Get rid of you. It looks like it's 1 forward, doesn't it? Stop. Let me down. There's so many fucking keys. Yeah. Okay, that's correct. I'll take you away. And I do like this, and it probably doesn't need to be a Mark II, but since it's a generic build, we'll make it a Mark II. And so that should merge all the things. And let's take you out and take you out. Yeah, I think that probably looks the best. That doesn't. I don't know why it wouldn't maintain some 90 curve. And this one did, but that one doesn't up there. Okay. I guess because it's one tick out. Yeah, that's the difference. And now we also have ladders here for getting up to the top, which is just a brilliant little addition. That actually gets me to the top of these tall builds. Loving it. Let's also have a combined input. So, similar system. This is really just a stylistic thing, I guess I'm doing for lifting them, because I think it's nicer. It also reduces, like, how much gap there is between the top and the bottom guy. So how many moves from the back are you? Well, I don't know. From the center, and then I think it's there. And check it. Yep, that'll be fine. And then again, gonna do the same thing. You. And you. Take you out. You out. Head up. That's not really what I wanted to do, but it'll work. Let me come over. It's you. And this is the dead middle. Stand somewhere while I place. Switch you over to a splitter. Input is in the rear. From the middle, go one forward. So I think that's that. That looks really tight, actually. No, that is correct. Is this right, though? We want one input. I'm not really thinking it through, I'm kind of just building it. Probably be a good idea to think about it, huh? Yep. Over to you, over to you, and from you to here, looks nice, from you to here looks nice. And I am using straight now, so that should work here too. Why wouldn't it? Yeah. I swear I made these default before, and now they're using straight, like the other one. And yeah, doesn't that look just pretty? A little bit of curves to it. You know, aesthetics matter. A little bit of design. That's such a packed little system. And so now we have one input, one output. The input is here. Put in your iron, and it gets all distributed evenly-ish. Because it actually splits it into third, but it relies on the idea that you're backing it up anyway. And then there's one output there, and we've got ladders on it. Love it. Alright, let's not accidentally destroy it, since we found out that's a thing we can do. 4, 2F. What are these? These are producers? Is that what they're called? What the hell are these things called? Close out of here. I don't like that you have me confirm the cancel. And then you don't have me confirm when I destroy everything that I've just made. That's probably constructors. I was going to say producers. They're constructors. Alright, 2X, 2F. Also, when you click on it and it's the default name, it should automatically select it, so you can just start typing, just letting you know. Constructors. It's 4x. 4x 2f constructors. 4 constructors stacked with 1 split input and 1 merged output. And select the icon. These are those. Those are constructors. Looks like it. Yeah, that's a constructor. The color. See why I want to go there? See that? And if I do, it just gets rid of it all. Yellow. And then we can set the directory, apparently. Which would be... we would need a new one. So, just add it here for now. 4x 2f constructors. And just make sure that it's saved. Okay. And now if I go over to the blueprints and I edit, then we make a new category. Manufacturing, I guess, is what we'll call it. Everything's manufacturing. But then for constructors, this one. It doesn't really, yeah. But you didn't give me, so apply. And then we need a subcategory. And it's constructors. No, it's 2F and 1F. So 1F, and then another subcategory, and it's 2F. Okay, and then you come to here and to here. We're getting there. We're making something of this damn game. I'm just gonna leave that there because I'm worried that it's not. I've not done it right. We're all gonna die. Let's start yanking all this down. Is there like another mode where it's like just keep going? You gotta pull down a bunch of stuff? No, I gotta click every time? Okay. So these 4 are going to be for our iron. Blueprints are going to be for making our iron plates. I mean, I love you, right there. If you happen to fit right there, and if this is the correct way. Looks like it's the correct way. Ah, no, you're too close. Hold control and hover over what you want disassembled. Oh, hey, okay. There's just a million different controls here, and they implement them differently depending on how they were feeling that day, apparently. Like, it's a mode for this thing, but for this one, it's gonna be... It's gonna be a hotkey or an action key or a modifier. We're gonna have a modifier key for this one. What if I did like this? That's a little bit too much space, isn't it? I guess I'll do it from back here. Stand right where you are and turn around. See, and then you do weird things, don't you? That's just an excess of space that we don't need, though, between these two deals, I would think. I mean, maybe that's how it's going to be. But I'm going to try and fit it in a little bit more. So that's the line. I can't get any closer than that and being on the line. But if I just shift a little left, that should be doable. And yeah, it's a bit too many controls all over the place. Very difficult to keep up. Yeah, like, and you know, I have stopped my gameplay so many times to be like, okay, blueprint, boom. Okay, so build is left mouse button, rotate hologram is scroll up and down, snap mode is hold left control, lock hologram is H, toggle build is R, sample building is middle mouse button, and I hope you just recognize that LMB means left mouse button and MMB means middle mouse button, because we're not designing this for people who aren't familiar with computer games already. Quick switch is E, build menu is right mouse button, close is Q or escape, and hide HUD is T. Okay, did I see what I was looking for? I forgot. What was I looking for? Was I looking for something in there? I think I want this. Actually, no, that's the best place for it, isn't it? To have our ladder here. That is a good place for it. And I love that you just keep climbing and you just land up. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. We need some of that for this stuff, too. So, let's put one betwixt the twain. Because then we'll only need one. It's logistics, it's a stackable conveyor pole. And that's a great place for it. Right there. I'm gonna keep going so that we can just land on top of the devices. Yeah. And now we can get to the top. Yep. And I'm up on top. Love it. Love it. Look at this. Look at what we got now. Look at our buildings. Look how lovely this is. Modular, baby. Modular. So what's next? So the other thing is producing of, you know what, let's go back over here, and let's rip just pieces off of this until we get down to like a two-banger. Yeah? So, not in blueprint mode, so exit that mode, and then, what was the trick? It was, hold left control for mass dismantle. And then, I just mouse over what I want to get rid of? Is that, and so it's like, it's collecting. Hey, okay. Okay. And then, yeah, all this. And you. Oh no, don't do that. Just regular dismantle that. Very dangerous, I'll tell you that tool. Easy to get a little wild. Okay. Oh, it can be, definitely, says just Dolly J. The fact that there's a little bit of a I don't love the look of, but it's there for a reason, because then this, and so it's fine. So let's save this as its own thing, and so this is gonna be 2F2 constructors. 2 constructors stacked, and that's it. Like, there's no, I don't want to put an output system or anything on this, because it's unlikely that we'll want that. Yeah, everything else is just fine. I'm just gonna save it and drag it where I want it when I need to. Like, this didn't seem like it was the way to go. So save. Good. And then let's load the 4F back up. You know what, actually, I did that wrong, but we can fix it. And then let's have like a left and a right version is my idea here. So just get rid of all that. Anything back there that I fucked up I'm gonna take away? No, okay. And so all this. No, no. Okay, looks correct. And then you guys. that. And you. And then let's put back the ladder, but on this side. Is that tall enough? Yep. Okay. And so we just need to, like, name it differently. We need to have, because this is 4 2F constructors, and I'm going to name it from the way that I'm looking at it here, so it's left. So 4 2F constructors left. No, not 2F. These are, alright. It's 2 floor constructors, 2 constructors stacked. Left variant. Save that blueprint. So now I go to here, and I load up... What? Why aren't you here? You automatically went there. Okay. Weird. So load up this one, because I want to name it right. Right variant. And save. And I'm terrified of this goddamn blueprint system, which isn't a sign that you got it right or anything. So that's 2x 2f constructors left. Actually, because it doesn't fit and rolls on to the next thing, I need to change the naming convention. So go back to here. Give me you. What? No. Give me this. 2x 2fr constructors. Save. And then that is the R. Yeah, that is the R. And then load up the left. This one. 2x 2fl constructors. And save. You know, this is my safest way of interacting with this blueprint system, is to, like, save everything 8 times. Alright, and so now we go to edit, I think, and then from here I can delete you? Remove blueprint. Yes. And then 2x 2f constructors. That was before we split them into left and right. So remove you. And then we're gonna go ahead and drag you to 2F. Did you not come? Or am I crazy? Remove you. So we've got the 2FL. And then you come here and come here. Right, and then... Okay. It's just, it feels so incredible. It feels like I'm gonna misclick and everything's gonna explode and we lose a half an hour's worth of work. Doesn't it feel that way? Is it just me? Left, right, and then the 4. Good. God. Alright. And then we can go ahead and clear. And then escape doesn't work here in that menu. And take all. Escape doesn't work to close that menu. And so over here we can put up a 2F, I think. Blueprint 2F, I guess left. And then I can remove the ladder. Are you in line, or aren't you? I'm holding control, but it's not snapping to anything. Okay, wait, no, you found it for a second. See, it depends on where you're standing, too, apparently, and... Let me just drop one here and see. Okay, yeah, no, that's good. It's just too wide now, actually. It's too far away. So pull you back down. Blueprint back up. 2FR. No, 2FL. I want the left. Snap. 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 There we go. Try there. There you go. That's a reasonable amount of space. And then I will take down this stack of ladders with mass disassemble. Okay. 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 I don't know. So having ripped all that stuff down, what have I got in my inventory that I could put back? You guys are going to be making iron, right? So have some ore. Iron, ore. Take the ladder up. Iron. Have some ore. Iron. Have some ore. And then, who's feeding you? It's this guy. Which apparently I rebuilt. Have some ore. Alright, because you'll be emptying. And then this is going to be our steel works. So we want something like that, I guess, but like, how much of this are we bringing on? We were bringing 3 online. We might as well split for 4. We might as well recreate something like that. And if we're going to recreate something like that, then we might as well build it, you know, build a 4-banger on the blueprint so that we have a 4-banger for it. We've already got a 2-banger we can load up and then just mirror the thing. I'm going to place another one using the blueprint and move the walls. Yeah, let's go ahead and make a 4-banger for it. Should be simple enough. So load up the blueprint for smelting, 2F foundry. Right. Actually, no, clear that out. Clear that out. Really wish escape worked there. We build it ourselves this way. We grab a 2F foundries. And then where's the middle? Yeah, that's it. Yep. Cool. Is that enough space? That should be enough space, I would think. I put you back by 1. Hey, I managed to get up here this time. And then 1 extra space. That's all I want. Like that. And then same thing in this direction. Why won't you let me place it? Because the hitboxes aren't touching each other. Have you considered going and fucking yourself? This is the question that I think I need. This is what we've all been wondering. Have they considered going? It's fine. It's fine. We'll just leave more space. Missing materials. Oh, really? How the hell did I run out of? Oh, I guess I'm making a lot of stuff. In a virtual space. What do I need? I probably need, for the foundries. More plates. Coming from you. Do I not have a backup anywhere? You're the one making them. And you haven't And you've sent them all over here. Aha, so you'll be in these guys. Nope. Nope. You've turned it all into smart plating, huh? Well, son of a bitch. Is it... No, I've got those. I've got reinforced iron plates. And now I gotta go back and find out what it is that I don't have enough to place 2 of. We'll give it extra space in the middle anyway, just to cover our bases. We don't need it to be that goddamn tight, do we? I don't know, maybe we do. So on that line, then 2 off instead of 1, like so, and then here, and I'm missing cubes. I got cubes for fucking years, man. Tell me I ain't got cubes. You want cubes? I got cubes. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Damn it. Blueprints. 2F Foundry. Like that. Double space in the middle. And then... take out the walls on this side. The walls have to be on this side. Oh, that's right. Yeah, because on this side things poke through. Alright, that's fine. It is fine. That's how I always wanted it. But now that we got the 2 here, we'll set up a merging system. This is going to be complicated back here. Let's handle the output first, which should be a little bit easier. And so where is the middle between these guys? You're dead on line with that. You're dead on line with that. And there's between them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which means right here is the dead metal. Right? Yeah, looks right. So that, and what are we doing here? We've got merging going on. And this will be your output. So from the middle, come forward by 1. It's better if I do it here, because then I can use that space for you. Yeah. Although it means we won't be able to pass between them, but that's fine. We'll plan on that on the other side. It's going to be a mess for these anyway. So yeah, this is the better idea. Put it there. And then... yours, I guess. Let's make a ladder. And then... merge you together and we send you down like that. And apparently that's the place to put it. Nope. Optical illusion. That's the place to put it? Maybe. Looks plausible. Why are you not finding and clicking up? So it looks like you're on the exact same line. Yeah, those are dead in line. Is it because you're both like inputs or outputs? Is it one of those things I fucked up and put them both in? Yeah, it is. So this one needs to be spun. Thank God, because that's the one that's easy to spin. No. We are still merging, but we're doing like that. There you go. And we'll go to a Mark II, general principle. Those are really close for a minute there. I was like, ah, shit, it's just gonna be too close. It's not gonna go in, all this work I did. No, it did. Now we've got nice exporting. But this mess back here. This mess, though? What about this mess? Have you heard of this mess? So, to send to 4 twice. I mean, it's 2 sets. It's just 2 splits, right? It's 2 sets of 2 splits. You get 1 input. 1 input. Boy, whatever it is, it's going to be a mess. That's why it's good to be figuring it out in the blueprint instead of making it once and then having to make it again and again and again and again. So what we can do is have an inside and an outside. Have all of the you know, all that stuff comes in here, and then all the other stuff is the out. That'll make it cleaner. And then in order to split these things, my problem is I don't think I know how to split them evenly. But nuggets. If we've got the input there, and so one of them will be like that, and etc. and so on. Will you place in the there you go. So I'm gonna hook these up first because I have to actually think about this to be able to see. So the input comes in there, 2 of them go out that way, the overflow goes to the next thing. The problem in theory is that the third exit here is, you know, it's splitting it in thirds. So if you're not packed on this input, then it'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so you're not actually splitting it so that each of them gets half, you know. The way to do it properly would be to have one of them that splits in 2 directions and then one that splits in another. And I have been relying on the fact that I'm going to pack that line so it's not going to matter, and it's just a matter of like having enough shit to push through here. But maybe I shouldn't be doing that. Maybe I shouldn't be relying on that. And should instead be splitting them, you know, correctly. But what the hell would that system look like? So you would have an input that splits, and then you'd put one of them would go up and one of them would go down. And then you'd have to do that for like both of these, and it's going to be a lot in one area to do it that way. So I'm going to rely on my ability to pack this stuff, and then later, when that becomes a real issue, we'll come back to these designs and solve them. But right now, I think I'll make the one where we're just going to pack the line. It's not going to be an issue, hopefully. Because, yeah, otherwise, oof. Okay. And so I'm going to input like that. It's going to split out like that. I guess that's the spot. So there's 2 main ways to do splitting: balancing and manifold, which are the 2 ways you're explaining, actually. Yeah. So we'll figure out the more complicated one when we prove that we have to. I'm hoping that's like, this is in the right place. Let me just make sure that you'll like make your connections, because I like where you are. Yes. And then the one in the bottom will have to just move if it's in the wrong place. Okay, it's not. We're good. Mark 2, bring that up. And so one input feeds all 4 of those. And then we have to do it for the for these guys too. And so can we do on top of you? You know what? If it were out one more, I think we could, but I don't think we can because of the way I've done this. Let's have a look. We have to tear it down and move it back by 1. Yeah, that'll do. And then we just do the same under there. Except for how you gonna feed them together, buddy? Yeah. Because that elevator's already in place there, right? Right now, yeah. You make a good point there. I guess we take the other elevator back a little bit. Ah? So this elevator goes back like that, right? And then you find you find? Do you find? Can you find? Will you find? Does it find? I think that's the right height. So then if that does that, then we've got enough room. Oh, this is going to be so tight. Packed and tight. Packed tightly. That was my porn name. Packed tightly. Oh no, that's just what they called me at college. Wait, no. None of this is true, and I'm just saying words. So then... input on that side splitting like that. Output... wait. Input on that side. Real brain burners at a certain point. And again up to Mark II belt. And then from out of here into there. Do you look any better if I do you a different way? I don't look like it. No. Look at this. Look at this. Look at it. So one input there and one input there, and it distributes to all of them. That is pretty. That is pretty as hell. And I'm not supporting these because in my mind they're supported by like the elevators. Although then and the like it's all holding it. It's I don't know. Don't think about it too hard. All right, it looks good. Is the deal. Okay. That's our 4 times whatever the hell this is, actually. What is this? It's going to be a 4x 2f. What are these? Foundries, right? Foundry. 4x 2f foundry. 4 foundries stacked with 1 split input. With 2 split inputs for each for each source material, for each source material, and 1 merged output. Alright, select the icon for foundries, which should be somewhere down here. Yeah, select that icon. Color should be yellow. Brilliant. And save that blueprint. And then let's just look and see that it's here. Okay. And then let's try and organize that. So, into the blueprints. Undefined, edit. You're gonna go here. And you're gonna go here. So 2 times foundry and 4 times foundry. And then we've got smelters. Maybe we'll change the way that's organized someday, but this is the bomb, yo. Mr. White. Yeah, huh? What's going on in here? Is there anything? Am I stuck here forever now? I might be stuck here forever. Hey! I got out. Just making sure there's no ladder in there. Is it? Wait, did I see a ladder? No, it's just the elevator. Okay. Brilliant. I'll leave it here. I kind of need the materials back, don't I? Clear the blueprint designer. And recover everything. Okay. Wow, this is starting to get a little bit intimidating. So this was the 4 foundries that we placed side by side. And then I spent so much time getting the alignment. Oh good, we're going to keep the alignment, kind of. Kind of? I don't know, because I have to... Yeah, just do this. Do on top. And then... take you out. And then go down by 2? Can I go down by 2? And then similar thing here. I mean, no, it's because you only need 1 to place. And in fact, it's bigger, so it's not going to sit like that. So, damn it. We just have to do it by eye from scratch again. If I stand up here, maybe I'll have a chance. Hell. Blueprints. We're in smelting. We went to 4 foundries. Wow. That's so impressive. Can I just hold and then... I should be able to just hold in place. Should be able to just... Gotta find the place where I can stand and do that. Yep. And then... Is that correct? It's too close. And it's not even in alignment. I don't know what the hell they're thinking. Try changing build mode. Blueprints. 2F Foundry. Toggle build mode. There's blueprint, there's default, there's blueprint. Are you not on the line? Okay, that seems like an unnecessary, but okay. if it'll do something. Let me just, I'm gonna align, I don't know, I'm gonna align this by eye. It looks like these guys might overlap, the ladders. If I can get the ladders to be on top of each other without it jumping to a new position. Please, please though. I need to be above it. Be above it looking down. Okay. Yep, this is what I needed. And see, now I can get the ladders to pretty much just be on top of each other. A little bit more of a gap. Drop it. Oh, and then lock it and then use the arrow keys. That's the way to go for precision. I will have to remember that for next time. Now, which ladder is the one that came with it? I'm gonna assume it's the one that's closer. I'm gonna get rid of this outer column. And then I end up taking down the space elevator that is holding control while looking up. Okay. Okay, that all works. That all works, and we now have the capacity for like a 4 times. I don't know if we have the capacity. Like, we need a lot of input materials for this, but it doesn't really matter which one goes in, does it? Which one's which? Huh? 4 hours? That means it's live stream break time. But I was just about to something and then something. Let's plug you in like so. Nice. And then you, how far back do you go? Just to there. Okay. Steel ingot. Take my coal. Take my ore. You can't take this land from me. Take my soul, take my hand. Jack me off with your left hand. I don't know. It's something like that. Pack this up too. Steel. Steel. Okay. Or at least configured to do the thing. And then you actually need to be like a tier 3, I think, for the coal. Wait, how much coal do you take? It's the same. It's 45 per minute for each of these, which means that, yeah, all of you need to be tier 3. Is that right? What? 45, 90, and that's 180, and we can only move 120 on a tier 2, so yeah. So, Mark 3, it's Mark, not tier, by the way. Yeah, prick. Did I make all of these? No, these are... Wait. Yes, I did. I downgraded them all, and I was just wrong. But, was I wrong? Because we weren't planning to have this much. We weren't going to put 4 of these things online. I still don't know that we'll be able to, honestly. Because of how much ore it takes. Where's that ore going to come from? You know? That's the question you want to ask yourself. This is looking really good, though. It's time for another live stream break. I mean, it's not. It's supposed to be delayed by another 7 minutes because we had the break. But you shut up. You just take a step back, maybe step up on the tower and have a look at what we got here. Well, there's no particularly great view of it from this angle. We might want a like a forward-facing tower out here. Just for now, just so that I can have a look at what I've been making. Now it's too far away to really appreciate. Damn it. Damn it. Jump. I'm a cluster truck player, so I'm used to the late jump, you know? This is what I wanted to... This is the view, kind of, ish. So I'll tell you what we're gonna do, actually. Tell you what we're gonna do. Is... We're gonna shut down what we're not using. Is all, right? Well, you know... Can I not have that? It depends on how it looks. Oh, it looks like shit. No, you can't have that. You can't. Not allowed. Not allowed to do that. Certain designs, it's like, yeah, that's fine. You don't need a floor there. It looks okay. But yeah, I think I'm going to shut down everything on the left there and start out with 2, and we'll flip them on as we need them. So you, stand by, you're just off. Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. Alright, are we hooked up for... We've got input there. The steel for these 2. We don't have it, like, splitting or anything for them. Steel. We do steel cast screw gives us 260 per minute. I think we're going to do the same thing up there. I think I decided that I was going to double what we were planning. Alright, yeah, cool. These legs are... I think I'm still getting used to the new legs. They save as much time as they cost in just being an awkward kind of a movement, but that'll give us, what, 540? 260? 540 screws, which is a lot of screws. And then over here, all of this is going to be iron plates. So I'll configure them. Because the first thing that we'll be making is reinforced iron plates. I love this. I love what we've done. I love that we're blueprinting. I think I maybe should have named this live stream something different. Because it's all about the blueprints. So if this is going to be, you know, taking the same input, I might just want to go ahead and do another 4-banger here instead of having 2 like that. When you think about it, when I think about it. Because we're going to have like 2 of them that are screws, but then we're also going to want to be producing pipes, and why not? And then we just turn off what we're not using, you know? We're not desperate for space right here, right yet, and whatever's going in up there is definitely going to be producers. So blueprints, manufacturing, 4 times, constructors. And then, are we in the right building mode? We are in blueprint mode, and the idea was... get it right up your ass, and then... Okay. And then accidentally hit the wrong button because it's got too many goddamn buttons. Right, just... There. Stick it. And then... Ha. Why is there a ladder here? Did I put that ladder in manually? Because this should all be constructors as well, right? So why is this... Ah, I've got it turned around. Ha 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 ha. See? That's how you notice. Can't rotate it because it's locked. Alright. Let's try again. No, not to that one, to this one, sure. And then lock it, and pop it, and drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot. And they don't quite line up exactly, though. So, tear it all down! Okay, so this will be steel is what's being fed in here. So steel cast screw, and then steel cast screw. How did I do that? I passed through an object. Steel cast screw, and then over here we'd be making Wait, no, this is steel coming in. Steel cast screw needs a steel beam, not just steel coming into it. So this is just steel coming out. We need to make steel beam and then etc. and so on. Okay, that's still all right. It just means that this is making... I still leave everything where it is, I'm pretty sure. But we've got you making that. And then this guy making steel pipe, I guess. And then which one gets made? You make 20 of those a minute. And you make 15 of those a minute, so... And we'll be consuming some of those. Well, then let's split it into sides. You're gonna... This side is going to be for steel beam. And then this will be for pipe. And we probably just don't need that one. So I can just leave it without a recipe selected. And turn it off. And go ahead and just select that it's pipe. Because it's going to be pipe, right? Probably. But we'll leave it off. Okay. And then out from there, we need a live stream break. I know. We're coming up on it. It's going to happen any moment now. In fact, it's going to happen right now. Alright, we're there. This. Got a tower. Just get a little bit closer. It's just so tight and vertical that it's like hard to get an impressive view of it because it's just it's too impressive to be impressive, you know? It's a factory. It's a proper factory. You don't look at it and go, wow. You look at it and go, huh. Save game. This is the end of... This is the second live stream break. Save you. Okay. And then over to our options. Video goes windowed. Audio goes down. Apply. Confirm. Minimize, 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 minimize. Okay, second live stream break. When we come back, we're flowing. Now we got all the pieces. We just gotta put them together, snap them in, and then also make some new stuff. Probably we gotta like stack some assemblers or something like that. That'll be next. But we're gonna make all the blueprints today, and then from now on, we're just gonna be. What do I want? I want another 4 over here. Throw them down. Another 2 over here. Throw them down. So stick with me across this 7-minute break. I'll play some music. I will roll some ads so we don't get any more ads. And I will meet you back here in 7 minutes after I've had a snack or a drink. And that's what I advise that you do too. 7 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Pawn not out. Hello, I am the Ronin Pawn, and welcome back to twitch.tv/Ronin Pawn live stream on twitch.tv/Ronin Pawn. I'm just finishing up, having my little mid live stream break, snack live stream. Lady Pawn made some pizza from scratch. She recently got a bread maker, and it can make, pizza dough. And so she made up some pizza dough, and made up our first homemade pizza using this bread maker. And she didn't realize that the bread maker's recipe was for 2 loaves, or rather two pizzas that you could make out of the dough. So she made one big pizza from the giant, ball of dough there, and it rose as you would expect. And so now we have literally a pizza pie. And you know what? It's not a bad format. It works. It kind of works, You cut very thin slices because there's so much bread to it. And then, it's cooked very nicely all the way through. It's got the crust thing going on, and then the toppings, you get a lot less toppings in each one because, I don't know. I would make it again, but it's not ruined. And this is my second slice. And it's just, it's a pizza that just happens to be 2.5 to 3 inches thick. You just gotta take a big old bite and get that mouth wide open. Shut up. Welcome back to Satisfactory. Okay. Bring the audio back online. Get the video back locked to the full screen. And we're in. We've been redesigning our whole factory today. Ripped everything down. Absolutely everything. And have been over at the blueprint factory there. Designing all of these 2-story, packing in. What we've done so far is smelters. We've done the 2 smelters, the forges. They're not forges. They call them something else, don't they? But the forgeries, we'll call it, where you put 2 ores in together. And then we've done the producers, and we've got 2 bangers and 4 bangers. But we got some blueprints now. And we're going to be packing all this stuff in a lot tighter. But today is the day where I decided we're just going to take absolutely everything offline. Just Ollie J said, I didn't look at the time. It's almost 2 a.m. here. Gotta go. Have a good rest of stream. You too. Have a good evening. Or rather, sleep well. Have pleasant dreams. One or 2 more bites here, and I'll be back with you, I swear. One big bite. Alright, so where are we in this? What be going on? About the situation that we've been facing. I can't live a normal life. I was raised by the street. So I gotta be down with the hood crew or something. So we've got iron ore coming into our smeltery, our furnaces over here. 4 banger furnaces, taking the output of a tier 2 miner that's outputting at 1 every half second. So from this normal ore right there. So we're getting 2 a second from that guy. The furnaces, of course, take 2 seconds each, so that will just handle all of the output of this guy, and it should give us 2 iron ingots per second, and then we're taking the 2 iron ingots per second over here, where we're going to be making iron plates, and this is going to need 30, 60, 90, 120 from all 4 of those, which is exactly what's coming in, 120 across a tier 2. Yeah, a Mark II belt. And then over here, we've got our... What is it? What are you? You're a foundry. That's it, the foundry. And this will be producing us our steel. I think I've only got 2 of them toggled on right now, and of course none of them are hooked up because we don't have power. We're still putting everything together. But yeah, I've got the other 2 in standby. They're going to need... Those 2 are going to need 90 ore. and we're only going to be delivering 120 from here, so we can bring a third online, I suppose. We could bring this third one online and just make sure that it's only producing 30 per minute, and then it will only need 30 per minute, so then we need a total of 120, and that's what we'll be delivering, in theory. In fact, yeah, well, but you could overclock these. I could overclock this. It already takes 15 megawatts. It's just occurring to me now that to bring all 4 of them online, we need 135 ore per minute, and all I have to do is drop one in and do that, and then we go up to 180. We don't need that. We don't need that right now. This is as good a solution for what we need currently. So, that will be putting out 90 steel per minute. The 90 steel per minute will be coming over here and splitting into the manufacture of steel pipes and the manufacture of steel beams. I think we're going to start with having 2 steel beams on and 1 steel pipe. But so if we've got 90 steel coming here, we need 30 per minute for you. Let me through, please. Each of you needs 60. We're only going to get 90 from this setup as it is right now. So, buttons. So, buttons. Let's go ahead and turn this one up top offline, for now. So that we don't have to solve anything too complicated. So then 90 is being consumed. Perfect. And then out here, we will be exporting 2 different things, which means that we shouldn't be merging them like this. This would be if we were merging absolutely everything together. But we're not merging absolutely everything together, so let's take that offline using the mass destroy things and pray that you didn't destroy the wrong thing tool. Yeah, because this side of things is going to be beams, and this side of things is going to be pipes. So, for the beams that are coming out, which is going to just be 15 per minute, we're then going to take that into screw production, because we've got a recipe for making cast steel screws, which should be rather fast. And I wanted to do 2 of them, bring 2 of them online so we could just overwhelm and not have to worry about the subtle balancing. But they're going to produce like 260 or something, 250, 200, it's 240 to 260, I can't remember exactly, screws per minute from one machine. So having 2 of them online, I think it came to like 520. So it might have been 260. But so those will be online, and then we'll have the iron that's coming from there. It just made me think, because coming like this, then what do? You turn left? Do you, like, I bring this out, and then if we've got screws in front of this, right? And then we've got the output of the plates that have to mix with the screws and the assembler. Where does the assembler go? Let's go and make some a blueprint for double assembler, double stacked assembler. Let's do that. So, starting with the foundation, dead middle out here. Double stacked assembler, what the hell does that look like? 5, and then you. I believe the assembler is going to need... yeah, two depth, like this. It's a long thing. But it just might be able to live on just 1 horizontal. Yes, it looks like it does. If I do that... okay, now which end do we want to be abutted to the front or the back? Probably the back. The fronts are easier to cope with, I would think, because there's only 1 output. Yeah. So So I'll drop you there. And then, how do walls actually work for this? See if we're allowed to cover. Oh, I think okay, so I've done this in my offline playthrough, and I think this is really a matter of, ooh. So that gives you some climbies to there. I don't hate that. I think I gotta you do it like this, right? Maybe. Is that high enough? Height is that? Alright, that's too close. That's too low. Right. So let's put in a spacer wall. Lifter wall. And then go up. This, and then like that. Yeah, but then you're popping out over here. I mean, you're popping out in a way that's kind of nice, actually. It's not waffle. I'm gonna keep going with that just to see what it looks like. Yeah, I don't hate that. I don't hate how that ends up looking. You know what I might do? Just, you know, style. Style matters. Style matters. I think that looks nice. And then you can still, like, climb up with that. That's handy. And then up here... Come on now. Stop blocking my view. That's not blocking. That's okay. That I can live with this. This is nice, and this allows me to climb up to here, and then I can jump up to there, and something. We're gonna need clearance for that, though. For the next one to be up here. So let me look at, like, what's the walls? Yeah, it looks like they'd have to be like that. Where did you go? It's not at all correct. Nobody asked you for that. What are you doing? Huh? Yeah, that's what I was still on. Idjit. You idjit. Alright, so now if I were to put one like this, that will provide us with the clearance that we need. For... I don't know, we'll see. We'll see. I'm experimenting. I'm trying to create some way to do a double stacked assembler that doesn't look ridiculous. Give me somewhere to stand. It's off of this. Oh, pooples. I've done this backwards too, haven't I? Did I, like, what's behind us? Yeah, that's the back end of it, and it's supposed to be the front. We can spin that around easy enough. That's not, once we're done. Just take the thing, save it, spin it around, save it again. But yeah, that's the way that you're supposed to be right there. And then I take you away. And so, here's my thought. Based on something that I've done before. I don't want that to be supported by a roof. I just want it to look like it's held along, you know, places where it would need to be held. What about like a crossbeam? Crossbeam would probably make sense to have. Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of cool. What? Oh my god, that's such a good idea for a sound effect. That's such a good idea for a sound effect for our, you know, for being able to hit me with like a fake Discord ping. Ah, for our potato system. That's a great idea. I should do that, but how the hell did somebody just get a Discord ping through while I'm streaming? Like, hi Discord? Nice to meet you. Have you ever heard of, like, I'm live streaming right now and you're supposed to know that, you idiot program? That's just random Discord bug, I guess. That it didn't notice that I'm live streaming somehow. So do I want that floor there, though? Because it's very convenient for climbing up here, and then you get to this level. Oh, and then you've got that in the way. The crossbeam's too low, anyway. It needs to be higher. Can I have it where I'd want it? I think the reason that I was allowed to put it there was because there was a floor there. So if I put a floor at the height that I need, that's where I want the crossbeam. And then I can take away the floor. And then again, I still want that there, so I need to put the floor back. I mean, I can reach everything from here. It feels a little bit light in the Leo affairs, you know what I'm saying? So let's just give it a little bit more, you know, pump. Pump? Pump. I need the friggin' wall back, or the floor back there again. Is it there? It's there. I'm giving you. Yeah, it needs to look like it's got enough structural integrity to actually hold this stuff together. And that helps a lot. And the crossbeam works. I don't hate it. I don't hate it at all. And then the only question would be whether or not to put my own, like, ladder system, you know, in. Could I connect them? So there's no way in hell you can connect them somehow. But could I connect them somehow? I mean, it'd be a heck of a thing if I could. Alright, so like this. And then out like that. I need to get up there. Didn't quite make it. Almost made it. One more try. No? You hate me? Okay. Oh, shit. Fell off. I'm trying to see what I could see. Another day, another Mephistopheles appearing near the end of the live stream. Yeah. Always the same. How you doing, Mephistopheles? I'm just inventing the most awesomeness of awesome that's ever awesomed, if I can get it to awesome the way that I want it to. Would you Would you, though? Hmm? Have I told you lately that I love you? Have I mentioned just how much you suck? I'm wedging a ladder in here. In theory, I am. If I attach one more like that, and then ladder me. And then it was on the edge, actually. Yeah, it was on the edge, but you need to go for. You need to be more in this area, you prick. You did it before. Why won't you do it again, you prick? That's as close as it gets, but it was like in the. It was in. It was in. What was the magic that allowed me to do that? We were up one more. It was part of the magic, so if I do that again... Okay, apparently you see more clearance if I do it from here. I mean... Who's to say, right? I'm to say that that's not going to work. But the idea was maybe I can, and then just keep going. No, you can't. It's so close to working. And then you can go all the way up. If I take you out and then put you back, maybe. It's not really worth that. It's not really worth that effort, I don't think. A little sunburnt, but good. What were you doing out in the sun? That's not healthy. You can't just be walking around in the sun. What did you think was going to happen? Big old nuclear ball of fire in the sky, and you're just walking around in it? I think this is good enough. I wasn't expecting the rain to happen and wash away my sunscreen. Ah, see, that's how weather gets you. Prick weather. Inputs and outputs are just gonna have to be handled, you know, however they end up being handled. But I like this. I think I like this. I think this is worth saving. So I'm gonna do 2x, not caps lock, 2x, 2f. These are assemblers, right? Assembler. 2 assemblers stacked. And that's pretty much all it is. And then we get the icon for an assembler, which is you. Select color. That's not color. Wait, load preset. I can set presets. Huh. I don't need that right now. FF00 is how I handled that. And then save the blueprint. Okay, and then the way that we're going to fix this is I'm going to clear the blueprint. Fix that it's like in the wrong direction. Grab all the stuff that the blueprint used from there, and then I'm going to use the blueprint that we just made and just replace it, but facing in the correct direction. Okay, and then we just resave the name, which I don't know how to do this except for just to, you know, like to save over. I don't see that as a functionality. You just got to use the same name. So 2x, 2f, assembler, and then, yeah, it tells you that I was going to overwrite. So again, 2 assemblers stacked. And again, I select all the same shit. FFFFOO. You said the word blueprint. My mind immediately went blueprints. Oh, I've seen many people playing. Is it a Phoenix Wright type of a thing? That's the impression that I got just from, seeing from afar. Haven't even played Blueprints yet. I just hear so many people talking about it. Just at a glance, I was guessing, okay, it's one of these anime characters mystery adventure things. Is that what's going on? But maybe it's like a little bit saucy or sexy or something, because why else would it be this many people talking about it? Some kind of puzzle game? Let's clear that out. We've saved it. And then I'll go over to the Blueprint Manager. And we'll edit. And then you're going to manufacturing. You're going into the 2F. And then those are all constructors. Yeah, we'll improve this sorting system another day, or when it comes to the point that we need it. But okay. Now we're stacking assemblers, baby. And all this is marked for deletion. I don't want to be looking in the direction of you when I do this. Dismantle limit. I'm taking it all offline. Chunks at a time. Alright, that's cleared space. Some kind of puzzle game. Oh, I was like, I could hear you, but I didn't know where you were. I would really appreciate it if you didn't stand on my space elevator. But if you're gonna, then I feel as though it's my responsibility to jump on top of you. You know? Yeah, stand up tall. This is a good view. Vantage point. Look at how clean that looks now. Look at how that's coming together. And look at this. Boring. It's a little bit less disorganized than it used to be, is what I would say. That's what I'd say, anyway. So now the assemblers, now that we've got assemblers, the assemblers are going to want to take the output of... We need to be making screws, and the screws come out of here, and the assemblers take the input from you and the screws. So maybe the screws just turn immediately into this. And then that would allow me to put the assembler right here, leaning it off to the right a little bit from where we're standing. So, like you. And then let me get over here. And we'll do like this, now that we know the trick. Which is, you can use the lock hologram mode and then the arrow keys to move shit round. To get precise control like I've wanted. The only thing is, like, this is not This isn't the way that you would do that. I'm glad that you've done it, but this isn't the way that you do it. This is actually, even though it's significantly buried, it is... That's another thing. Can I, like, nudge it up? Can I go page up and raise it? No. So let's try that again. Let's 2F assemblers, get it back here where it's got the kind of height that we expect it'll need, and then hologram it, and nudge exceeds max distance. What? So that, okay, this is, yeah. It's all like, it's just wrong. It's just all wrongly implemented. So make the thing, blueprint, you there. Is there a button to go straight to blueprint? That wouldn't hurt me none, I wouldn't think. I have that. I'm gonna have you here, we'll lock. And then you are not correctly in line. That's correctly in line. And the other ones can feed right in this way, would be the idea. If they will fit. And then it's like, how close do you want to get? Apparently not any closer than that. Let's try... Let's try like that. Feels comfortable. Like a walkable, like you feel comfortable walking through there. And then, seeing how this is sort of hanging off, you know, it's at a decent level on this side, but it's hanging here. We'll make custom adjustments. Yeah, I'll yank this off. I'll yank that off. That's not what I mean when I say yank it off. And then we'll do like that. And then do I want to put like the wall all the way down here? It's pretty nice. And then you. You said you'd do it. Yeah, that looks good. That looks clean and good and good and clean. And then this is going to be like a walkable, underable situation. Very nice. Very nice. But you actually need to go up with this, so you need to split it. Okay. Good. Good call. I think I can just place the splitter midair. That's a merger. You want a splitter. And then maybe I have you like that. Still walk under? Still walk under. I'll take this away because it gets a little futzy about whether or not those are still connected. Like that. And then I will use an elevator, would be the idea. Conveyor lift, as they call it. Is that the correct height? Perhaps. Looks good. And it can be nice and slow like that. Okay. 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 And yeah, I can walk right underneath almost all of it. Good. This is also some kind of puzzle game, by the way. Clearly. So we get 15 steel per minute out of here, and we're only going to need 5 steel per minute to produce the screws that we're going to produce. But what I'd like to do is produce those screws and like send them straight into there. So let's go to our blueprints and let's grab one of our two times guys. So you're a left, and I think I'd prefer you to be a righty. Yeah. Let's try blueprint 2 times righty. Yep, like that. And then... But I need to be able to get the goods in there. The goods need to be able to get gotten, you know? So... Stand on you. Stand on you, I'm gonna pee on you, I'm gonna piss on you. Like this would be, this is where you want it. Can you're not gonna like ever show me when you're lined up with this guy? Well, I'm standing central to him. So then it's just a matter of like that. That's about where you'd want to be to line up. Can I though? Can I? Will I? Can I? Would I? Like if I put you here and then I start walking you back. That's not quite right though. It's not in line with this. I'm gonna try, in order to try and get like the perfect line, I'm gonna do like that. And then I'm gonna grab the 2FR. Maybe if I use build mode instead, or default mode instead of the other one. I'm trying to line up the, you know, the inputs, the outputs. Yeah, it just doesn't look like it wants to do that. So it's fine. That's close enough. And then I can't get any closer. But that might be because I got that thing there now. I gotta take you away and do it one more time. Is that it? Looks pretty good. So then the question is, how does that look on the back of you? It looks good. It looks very, very good. However, we don't need... I mean, if you're gonna make both of them, there's gonna be so many extra screws on this side of things. If I set you to what I want to make, which is just reinforced iron plates, all you need is 20 or 60 screws per minute. We're gonna make 200 and something. Even if I overclock you, you need 90. So, actually, I don't need a double tall setup for this. Yeah. Where I do... I need more space than I'm giving myself is the main thing, because, like, I'm gonna have steel beams coming out here, and some of them are gonna want to go one way, and some of them want to go another way, and I can split this 3 times to send it to additional, like, screw producers, is the thing. I think my best bet at this point... I mean, screw it, actually, at this point. I was gonna say is to throw up another 4-banger and presume that at some point we'll use it, but no. No, at this point, just drop in a single constructor, pipe it in, and then we're gonna bring it around. We're gonna bring it around... like that. If I do like that, yeah, that's not going to work, but this does give me a way to walk through underneath. I don't hate that. So this is going to be steel screws. Currently, we will be overwhelming the shit out of that system. And incidentally, give me you, put you next to that. No. Pull this away. And then you gotta go down. Yep, and you're kind of the same thing. So before we rip it away, we put one in so that we can build off of it. And then we rip you away, and then I put one in. Just make sure it's actually supported. And not just floating. Those look good back here. And they're passable up front. You're good. Okay. Let's gap this once and then place it, I think is my idea. It needs a 4 meter. At least for now, and get us back up and running. So snap to the place. What am I looking at? Why are you there? And why are you off the line? Oh, right, because you hang over to the in order to make room for the wall, but we don't need that here. Which means you do this. You take this. And I'll do like that, and then I'll do this, and I'll H, and then I'll move you one to the right. Except for you need to be 4 meter, H, to the right, drop. Is it to the right? Yes, to the right. You were right. A lot of work to put into something that we're probably going to rip down someday, right? And then lock you up like that. And then you can go in like that. And then we can split from there as needed. But that'll be for screws. And then the screws come out like we had planned. I mean, is there any reason to do it like that? Don't do that. Ain't no reason things are this way. It's how they always been and they intend to stay. Alright, so what we want to do is we come out of here, we come around like this. The moment that it says that it's got clearance enough. Alright, never mind that. We're going to have to place down the pole itself. And then the pole's going to be up by 1. So you go like that, into there, and then you go like that. Huh? Ah! I don't like it, but it's good enough. So that'll bring the screws, and that'll be screws, and then we got iron plates coming in. We're splitting it in 2 to go up there and there. We need to be splitting this, actually, to go up as well. So, how do we want to do that? I think right there. Tell me you can fit. Oh, you prick. Supposed to be a splitter, and it's perfect right there. It would be perfect except for this little that. It's the fact that it goes up a bit. So let's try just hacking in what we want, where we want it, how we want it. This looks pretty okay. So then the splitter. Make sure it's got enough room to, damn it, it's got enough room to make the turn. Pass in there cleanly. Which it might have. Let's find out. I'd love to have it there. Yeah, it's got enough room there to make the turn. And then the other one can come out, can it? Looks good. You go up here, and hopefully it can make the turn as well. Yeah, that's the kind of turn I'm looking for. And wow, you look pretty doable to me. It's exactly what I want, so the game's gonna be like, oh, you can't have that. Can't you see how that's just not viable? I mean, obviously. Pull it back to center. Same line, but on center. Wait, before we pull that down, do this. Switch to a splitter. And then center. You. Wait, no, is that right? Confusing the shit out of me. Yeah, that's the way in. So we're presuming that we'll be able to get to there. And then you go up like this. And then is it there, or is it there? And it does it. And now we gotta do that. Alright. It's not right angles, but it's okay, I guess. And so that splits them off and delivers both of those, and that splits them off and delivers both of those, and it's a little bit, you know, a little bit hacked in. But it should do the job. And we could actually feed a third with screws from here, unless I overclock them, which is a possibility. So at this point, I could start powering things. Jermacian suggested, you know, we're power pole setup. I could start throwing in power poles, and we'd start getting iron plates again. Yeah, let's do that, I guess. So let's start at the beginning with the furnaces and whatnot. What are you doing? You can't be like that. You know you can't be like that. You know better than that. You look passable. You know better than that. Okay. Okay, look at how beautiful that is. Like, it looks a little bit like a mess, and then you look at it a little bit longer, and you're like, oh, it's not a mess, it's gorgeous. So all the way back here, starting with fuck you. Starting with fuck you, and ending with fuck you, and everything in the middle is fuck you. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then 11 is an extra. Let's put in Let's put in, yeah, back of the mine. Back of the miner here. And this is now, you know, it's a work of art. So I'm going to take my time with it. So I want to power you and you. And I'm not going to worry about you quite yet. Get the real things online. And basically, I want to power like 5 things and then reserve the last 2. That looks good. For carrying an input and an output. I said it's a work of art at this point, didn't I? Did I say something like that? I think I meant to say something like that. It's a work of art at this point. So, I need you just a little bit more like this so that you can get past it on the side. And then, yeah, power you, power you, power you, and you, and you, and then carry through. Out. Through to over here, and we can feed a line like right between there. So I want to line this up ever so ever, which apparently I can do with the H mode now, and then I can go stand over here and ensure I'll be able to see that line from here to bring it forward. Looks pretty good. And then I can look at how, yeah, that's even better. Boom. And so you power that guy. And you. You. Yeah. We're supposed to only, and we're going to leave a 1 in and a 1 out. So that's got all of them powered except for that one. Which, you know, sucks. All that stuff is not coming back online. We've moved it all over here. So, I guess I'm just going to put 1 at the corner for now. And power you like that. Power you like that. That's our pass-through. It's one of our pass-throughs. I don't know. Input, output, whatever. But that powers that. You know, fuck it. Because this is so right, though. Because 6, and then you come out this way. That is supposed to dead end, and then we bring 1 through over here. You see? Do you see? Tell me you don't see. That. Looks like an idea. And then you. And you. 4. And then we're gonna have you guys up there. 5, 6, and then I need to go that way too. If I just go that way, then how do I get power over to if I start taking them away from this side? And then I kind of want to go that way and out this way, but there's also, like, this is splitting in all of the directions. It's fucking me over. It's fucking me up. You're supposed to come up this way. Yeah, let's do it maybe like this. Put you there. How does that look? Looks pretty good to me. And then you're powering that and that. Yeah, you just go away for a second, all right? The grown-ups are talking. Alright, now that, and then if it goes through again, this goes like that, like, I think I got it at this point. Now bring a power pole. And I like the idea that they could be in positions where I could connect them differently. How about dead middle, you know? Which direction was your power thing facing? That way? And then I'm gonna do it the other way. Yeah, that's nice. The H button. Let's get it lined up cleanly. Yeah, it's pretty clean in the first place. Drop it there. And you. You need to be a little bit further. You need to be here so that you could pass through there. Son of a bitch. No, give me this. A little bit further back. Yep, I can see that very clearly from there. And then how are you in terms of being lined up with that guy? I think probably that's nicer. Maybe that's even nicer. Somewhere between the two. This one. And then, yep. What? No, that's not at all the thing. Prick. Okay. And you got everything else powered from this guy? You do? Good. Okay, and then you've still got one empty line that can go forward, as do you. Yeah, I'll just stand back here. And that looks like a reasonable place. Very close on the line. How are we here? It's probably nicer. Drop it. Got you. And you. And you. Very nice. And then I feel like this is the one where the power comes in. It comes in from over here. Which I could just put there, or rather to the battery, right? Yeah. I don't know what all this is about. It ain't about nothing no more, because it's going away. And then out of the battery, into the U. Doesn't quite seem right. We need a pole for it. I don't think it needs to be an expensive pole. Maybe from the battery like that. So we can make sure that this pole can see the other pole. It's that one. And you can't see it from there. Still can't see it. Yeah, I don't know what this one. I'm just gonna hook it up and it'll have to define itself later. That's not even the pole. It's that fucking pole. You goddamn prick. Just put it there. Put it there. Suddenly everything's online. We turn around and the whole operation, the whole outfit is coming alive. Before it gets alive, am I carrying anything I can like drop off? No, it looks like I've emptied my pockets pretty well already. Now you're merging together a lot, so actually this needs to be tier 2 belt, just in case. Actually for steel we're only running 2 of them. Wait, how many of these are we running? It's like all of them, but we're not delivering enough ore for all of them. That one's offline, right? I saw that correctly? Don't be a prick. Okay, you're gonna be a prick. I told him to not be, and he was like, I'll do what I want. Yeah, that one's offline. So you need 135 iron ore right now for the whole field, and we can only deliver 120, which is why we're getting gaps and stuff. But one of them is supposed to be like underclocked. 45 per minute. 45 per minute. And you're 30 per minute. So 90 and 30, and that gives us 120 total. And so when they're all running, we actually shouldn't see a gap in here. Yep. Seems to be working. Occasionally there's going to be a rounding error, I guess. I don't know. There's production downtime, there's considerations, you know, there's considerations. But wait. So you're 90, and then there's 30, and that's 120, and that's as much ore as we can possibly produce, and then you're shipping them off over here. That's fine, that's fine. How are you doing with, like, getting what you need? You're not. So it's not fine. This was always the problem with steel. We just need to deliver more ore, you know? There needs to be more ore coming this way. And right now, 120 is all we can do. But I can siphon from this guy and put it onto the same line so that we can deliver enough. But we're gonna need more, you know, elsewhere also. We're gonna need more going out that way. So let's I don't mind doing this right now. I think it's a reasonable thing to do. We're gonna need more going that way. We're gonna just split it in 2 directions. So if anything, I want you lined up like that. Appropriately. Is that right? No, that's, you put a twist on it. It was lined up appropriately. Yeah, that's the correct alignment right there. Yeah, I want you just right in there. Because I want this to come out and go that way, real tight to the side of that when it does. But for now, split it. And then, what are you? You're a Mark II. So you will need that. And then we'll need a merger right here. Closer the better, the walkability. What? Oh, did I? You're supposed to be a splitter. I've only recently switched this over so that it starts with mergers. So I'm going to be making that error for a while. Looks good. And here we go. This is the max speed, the max amount of ore that we could deliver. And then... you also need to be Mark II. And now that should really pack the ore in. We got both of these guys. Ah, you friggin', that's why. That's why we're not getting enough. I'm like, that doesn't look right. Now we got 240 ore flowing into this line, which should max out this line. There should never be a goddamn break in it. Ever. Definitely not right there. Or right there. Or right there. Okay, now the ore is, yes, it's yesing. What about the ore production up top, though? That looks kind of slow. Am I wrong? Yeah, no, it's overwhelming it. So now we're producing more steel than the system knows how to do with, knows what to do with, which is, yeah, as we had desired. Overwhelming the steel system. As for the iron over here, if you're putting out 30 and you're putting out 30, and then down here, I guess this could be a Mark II. Yeah. Circuit and gaps, or are we good here? Because the total produce of this is 120, so yeah, it's coming down that, putting out 120 without any gaps, feeding both the top and the bottom. The top is getting a lot less than the bottom, which is a problem that we talked about with the, like, we're just going to overload the system was my premise, was my plan. So I said we wouldn't have to worry about this, because we were going to just push so much in that it wouldn't be a problem. But it's clearly a problem. So the problem is that we're sending one that way, then one that way, and one that way, but we need to be sending two up that way. So we're basically prioritizing these two and only giving each of these a half of an ingot in the same period that each one of these get one full ingot. And you can see down here that that's actually overwhelming this system. So eventually we will overwhelm this system. These will fill up with ingots, and then it'll start pushing the rest of them up there. So it will work. Will it work? I think it will work. I think it'll eventually back up. Say I were to grab all the ingots out of there. Fell asleep, but I have returned, says El Gabo. Well, I'll put you back to bed. Like, the idea would be eventually these back up, and then they push everything up there. So, yeah, I think I definitely want to redo that in our blueprints so that it's so that it actually works. Wait, what's going on here? Why are you moving so slow? Huh? You're a Mark II. Was that an issue? Was that part of a problem that we're having? Are we not delivering enough ore? No, they were overwhelmed with ore. That actually, no, the top ones weren't getting enough ore. They couldn't be. So now they should end up getting enough ore. Yeah. So maybe the problem was here instead. Although the problem is the same. We're again prioritizing. One goes this way, one goes that way, one goes that way, but there's two machines up there. So we need to be sending 1, 2, 1. Which just means making a smarter splitting system. Is really what I'm talking about there. Take whatever ore I happen to have in my pockets out of my pockets. And I'm going up top. So that I can drop the excess of ore into this one. See if you, so it was at 18, 16, down to 15, down to 15, down to 14. Slowly but surely we don't get enough ore up here because of the way that this splitter works. Curses. Curses, curses. I'll have to come up with a splitter system that's smart, that packs into the same space, and that we can drop in through a blueprint. That's what has to happen there. But, let's look at the front of the machine now, see how things are going. Iron plates, they're being overwhelmed with ingots down here, anyway they are. Up top. Up top they're not getting enough. Yep. So, for lack of a good system, well, we should try and fix that today. Meanwhile, oh hey, maybe you should be told what you're supposed to do with your life, huh? Which is make reinforced iron ingots. You knew. Or reinforced iron plates. This guy knows what he's supposed to be doing. Are you hitting 24? What? Why are you not? We're supposed to be producing so many goddamn screws. Ah, it's just the speed of the things. Yeah, you need to be at tier 3 actually. Because you produce so fast, you're producing 260 per minute, so this will only push 240 per minute, and so that actually means we might as well downclock. Underclock it, save a little power. Require less steel beams. I don't know if that really matters. We're triple the need is what we're producing. This needs to be a Mark II, and you need to be a Mark II. There we go. And you need to be a Mark II. Okay, now we're flowing. Yeah, now you're getting all the screws you need and more. As are you. Good. Good. And then in terms of plates, you're already entirely backed up on plates. You not so entirely backed up on plates. But that's because you weren't on. This guy was on, so he was accepting incoming material. That guy wasn't. So he will entirely back up with plates as well. Or not, because now we're producing as much as we're consuming? No, we're only using 30 per minute, which is 60 in total. Well, we're producing 80, which means I could actually shut one of these things off. Until or unless we need it. And it would be one of these top guys. I'll just turn you off. And then that solves the problem of not having enough. And then that will produce the 60 that we need to run both of those machines. Good. we need to get rotors online. Now, rotors are made... how? What do rotors take? Iron rods and screws. We need 20 rods per minute and 100 screws per minute. Now, right now, both of these machines, each is consuming 60 per minute. That's 120 off of the top, leaving 100 out of here that we can just take, because we're making 240. So we can take 100 and we'll still have more left over. And we can be making at least one rotor. One set of rotors. Which actually means that it would be better to split the output right in front of this guy than doing what I'm doing over there, if we're then also going to have... Where are we going to get the rods from? We're overproducing on this line. We're backing this line up, because we're putting 240 together to feed steel, so we can pull a little bit off of here. And I said I wanted to take it that way. So then, we need another bank of smelters, right here. Smelting. Give me 4-pack of smelters. Bearing in mind we want to be able to sort of get through, you know, we want to be able to walk out. So this is basically in line, it's just right along the edge of here. I want you on the ground, though. Is that right? Think I don't hate this. I might hate this. I could be convinced to hate this. I think I'm going to start hating this. I'm going to take you back down. I think I want you further out. Yeah. Yeah, put you in line with that. And then H it. Make sure that we'll be able to clear coming through. That looks good. If we're producing the screws over here, then really we would want the iron produced nearby, the iron rods, but that's not going to happen. We can send the screws along here, probably. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, see? Yeah. Or feed the... well, no, it's gotta be like that. How do I feel about that? I'm gonna drop that there. Grab you. And then, what's the problem? You're an out. You're also an out. I put it in fucking reversed. I love this game. I'm looking at a million fucking things trying to get it right. I still can't get it right. You know? It's the sign of a clear and concise system And you have to place the same fucking thing down 18 fucking times. H. And then more toward us. A bit more. Yeah, it can be out here. And let's just check the line. How does the line look? From here, turn around. It's very, very tight. It is very, very tight. That's how I want it. It's very, very tight. If I can have it. Yes. 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 Love it. And you're high enough for me to walk under. Good. Okay. Now, only 60 will go this way, whereas potentially 120 can go that way. But no, I need this to be... Oh, that's a thing, though. That's... Yeah, I need you to be able to push 120 to put it all over here, but if you do consume 120, then that consumes everything that's here, and we need some of it going that way to overwhelm things on that side. It's probably fine. Probably gonna be fine. So now we're producing more iron. And I will need iron rods. Call you down. Learning a lot of new mechanics that are new to me today. Okay, so now we've got the iron. Well, we don't, because I didn't tell them what their job in life is. Your job is iron. And your job is iron. And then maybe I just keep you guys offline, huh? Like, if I go over to production and I turn you off, then I select iron. But then I turn you off, then I select iron. So I just keep those two not making. You're also not powered. Right. I knew that. I was planning on that to be a thing. An issue that I am fully ready for. In a full and ready way. Full readiness. You packed. And that's because you go there. Grab you. Like that. You online. You. And you. And then I'm going to bring this through, and yeah, you're actually in a bad place for that anyway. Damn it, even though I went out of my way to try and make sure that you'd be in a good place for that. You know what, I'm gonna go out of my way to make sure you're in a good place for that. Another one. See you from here. Does not hurt to, pass all this stuff through. It only helps. Creating redundant connections if we have the extra space for them. So you like that, and you like that. Because with a redundant connection, that means I can break this, and everything doesn't go offline. You see. And then why did I do that? I think because I wanted to do this. But then it just passes right through a machine. Yeah, but it passes through the girders of a machine. It's like it's intended to be there or something. Don't worry about it. So yeah, we've got redundant connections right now. Why? Yep. I think it makes most sense to not have this one. Power comes in here, heads back that way, and then if we go forward from here as well. However, I say that, and then I'm also not entirely satisfied with the art of this. So this needs to be visible from here. That seems okay. That. And then I break you. And I tap you from here. And then I get rid of you entirely. Let's have those things up to here. And I might not do it from this side, if I don't have to. That guy would be a better guy to power you from. Where he is, where you are. Yeah. And then I got more outputs over here. Okay, anybody offline? Am I missing anything? Very hard to see. Now that everything's like 2 stories tall, I feel short. What is this? What is this? You can't be like that. You know you can't be like that. You know. I wonder if I could use a ramp. Yeah. Looks like we're all powered. Except for that guy back there, but he's not supposed to. Not supposed to be. See green everywhere. And is everything actually backed up? You're the guys that I worry about not being backed up. You're backing up. You're backing up. Hooray. So it did work. We don't necessarily have to. We did overwhelm it eventually. However, that's, you know, also has to do with not consuming enough of it up front. So quickly, what I would like to happen here, if it's at all possible, is to get our rotors online, and then we'll have in one live stream taking it all down and putting it all back up. But, you know, massively improved. So, to get to rotors, I now need to make iron pipes. And I don't know exactly which direction I want to do that in. Blueprints, give me the 2 left constructors. See, because it all needs to go back the other direction, really. stand up on you. Line you up. I think I'm better off just... No, I like the two. The left is better. Better off just lining it up by eye. Leave enough room for a splitter, because you know you're going to need one. Right. It's close. Just make sure that it's not, like, completely wrong. Sometimes it's completely wrong. It's got a completely different angle to where you put it down, but you couldn't tell. You just couldn't see. So then these will need to combine their outputs. I really need to go over to the blueprint maker and just make, like, the input and output stands, you know? Separately. I presume they'll need to do that. Rotors. You just need 20 iron rods per minute, and you produce 15. So that's why, yes, we will need to double them. We will need to combine them. And honestly, how many do you consume a minute? 15 per minute, so total of 60 if I had 4, leaving half of the iron reserves to go in the other direction. Maybe I should just put a whole nother 4 bank here, you know? It's easier, it's already got the inputs and the outputs for it. Blueprint. Manufacturing, 4 times 2F constructors. Already got the inputs and the outputs. That's kind of what we're looking for. And this doesn't need to anything special or fancy. Just like that. Default mode, close enough. And you start feeding all that in here. Tell you what to make, which is iron rods. I don't know about up there, but for now I'll say iron rods and I'll take you offline. And I'll say iron rods and I'll take you offline. I mean, I probably shouldn't take you offline at all. I'm not going to take you offline. I'm going to want all... This whole stack is only going to make 60. So yeah, you can have what you need. You can be on also. I'm gonna put power to it anyway. And so now we'll have 1 output, and we just got to bring it back to where we would be assembling the rotors. And one more quick look at how many screws we need for that. I feel like it's 100. Screws for rotors, 100 per minute. So we can only have 1 rotor producer right now. We would have to double up on this, which we would do next time. Yeah. So that being the case, we can do things like that. We're gonna have to split it though, and then the splitting is gonna happen. It's gonna come like that probably. Well, if I put the splitter directly on in front of it, one comes this way, one goes that way. I mean, you need 3. You need 3 outs. So, if anything, yeah, if anything, I'll put you like this, maybe like that, and then I'll attach you, take this away, and I'm gonna yank this off. Looks like we've jammed everything up. And out of you, a splitter. Yup. And then that one will come into this machine. One of these goes up and one of them goes down. And so this will be the one that goes up, I guess. Yeah, that makes sense to me. So you'll go up. To what height? Who has any idea? Climb up so I can see. This isn't really a good place to be climbing up, but maybe this will allow me to something, etc. and the other. So not there. Probably not there. Possibly there. Possibly there. I was able to guess. Too high. So what can I... Alright, I'm going to stand here and align it with the thing in the back. This is fucking stupid. Go up like that. And then... No. Get rid of you. Up like that. And then we don't want it there, we want it there. And you're going to need to be at least tier 2. You're gonna need to be tier 2. You're gonna need to be tier 2. And then this, which is also set up to be tier 2. Can I take you and go the other direction? And make it nice? No. Maybe. Let's try this again. Not like that. Nope. Alright then. Never mind. Tier 2. You need to be Mark 3. Okay, and then this one goes out to over here. So this is where our assembler will be. Apparently you want to line up that way, huh? Oh no, that's not at all what we want. Don't listen to them, pawn. Okay, I won't. Just put it where you intend it. Just here. And then you go like that apparently. Nope, you will need to be probably tier 2. How many do you need a minute? It's 100. Yeah, so definitely. Huh? And then we just need 20 iron rods. Now, how are we getting the rods here? Because we can take them past, you know, in the back like that. And that kind of seems like the way to go. Here. Damn shame. I can go higher. Stay high. Yeah. High is good. 6 hours we've been playing. We gotta wrap it up. But I'm right on pace. I'm right where I want to be. I wanted to take you over, not under. And deliver you here. almost got it figured out. Maybe. Mm-hmm. And then something profit. Okay. We go over top a little bit quicker, is all. We make this turn a little bit faster so that we can be there instead, yeah. So you just move back a touch. Make the turn as quick as we can. Should be like here. Stay high. If I do one of these, does that help it happen? Almost. You know what might make it perfect? You know what might make it perfect? Because this could be a semi-permanent kind of installation here. What might make it perfect is if I put this here, and then I line one of you up, right? Like that, and like that. And then I take you out. I put you in, and then I spin you like that. Not tall enough. Not grabbable. Wait, no, not grabbable. Like, you know how these like to link to a shorter height kind of a thing. Something might be able to be done here to force that that connection to be a little bit less bad. But it might also be only something you can do from one to the other. Give you a little bit more space here and see if that's like the problem. Just trying to get like a very specific amount of height on the elevator there. And it doesn't want to do it. But that's because this isn't an output. Do it as an output. Maybe that's the issue. Aha. This might be a little bit too short. But it's getting us, you know, somewhere between the two. Huh? Look at a kid. Look at a kid. He knows his stuff. Wait, I don't need that to be a mark anything. None of these need to be a mark anything. Screws. Alright, so now we would be able to deliver rods. Fuck. It does cut right through the arm space, doesn't it? The arm animation space. We're not gonna worry about it today. Let's just get it online. Kid knows his stuff. And he said, look, does he though? Oh, really? I accomplished what I wanted to accomplish. It just turned out that what I wanted to accomplish was not what I wanted to accomplish. And so now I kind of need more... one more empty spot over here. So I will power you from this pole instead. And then I take you through to that guy. And you're just waiting on rods and screws. You're waiting on everything. Screws are coming rather slowly, aren't they? No, that's a reasonable pace. And then the rods. Rods, which are on their way, as we can see. Moving at a rate of 30 per minute? No, because it's all online. So this is, yeah, this is 60 per minute. That is one whole, that's a whole deal. Which will eventually provide us with enough rods to bring 2 of these online. Or actually 3 of these on, but we'd need more screws. But we can go to more screws, is the thing. And meanwhile, these machines have produced the iron plates handily and in no time. Let's set up a little bit of collection before we call it a day here. So even if only for now. Love that I can just pipe it in. I love how I can just pipe it right, just pipe it right in. You know what I need to do here? Q, organization, industrial storage, and move it just that little bit closer by being on 8. And now our default is the big guy. And then, yeah, give me enough room so I can bring you down to go into there. And you into there. And so we're storing that stuff. And similar for you. I'll do like that. Can I get it in line? It'll never be perfect, right? It looks pretty damn close to perfect. And rotors. We have brought our fundamental facility back on. The iron, anyway. Yeah, the copper and the... Well, the steel is back online. It's just the copper that's just unplugged right now. So let's plug it back in. Is this copper? What is this? What is... This is other shit that needs to be torn down still. I see. Oh no, I won't be able to do that. But you and you and you and you. Okay, and then we've still got a whole bunch of crap storage out here. Let's just plug you in somewhere. Got a spot over here. Boom. Copper's back online. And everything over there, the stone field was never really offline. You don't need to exist anymore. Yep. We are exactly as functional or better than we were at the beginning of this live stream, which is a lie because I've actually taken offline some of that Tier 2, Phase 2 stuff. But fundamentally, our facility is back at the same capacity we started with. Except it looks like this. Except it looks like this. Boy, this just looks like that is a disaster waiting to happen right there. Like, imagine you fall, and then only one of your legs hits at a weird angle, and you roll onto it too. That's I can't. No, sorry. OSHA's gonna be through here sooner or later. I can't. We don't need a ladder on both sides of this. We've got one over here that allows us to get to both. I am not getting fined again by those pricks at OSHA. So how we doing? Yeah, lots of production, whole facility online, rotors coming through, backing up on everything that we could possibly want. In fact, since we're backing up on everything we could possibly want right here, we go up to that. We'll need 150 screws and 30 rods. 150 screws. When you guys are taking 120, and 150 is 270, and we're producing 260, 240, but it could be 260. We can only handle 240 anyway. We can only move 240 out. So if it's 120 over there, we need it to be 120 over here, on the screw rate anyway. That's 100. That's 120. There you go. A little bit of an overclock on the rotors, making almost 5 per minute instead of 4. Otherwise, we're not really overclocking stuff, are we? We don't have anything overclocked right now in this setup. You know, we just came at it with the make everything work concept. We're only consuming 200 megawatts of the 375 we're producing with whole, which I don't like to see. Completely full on our batteries, which is 200 megawatt hours, which I don't like to see. Let me go put in another battery, because we got 3 sites here. Have I got the... yeah, I've got it. It's on the hotbar. Oh, wait, you know what I figured out with these poles is that you move as fast as you happen to be when you connected to them. It maintains your momentum when you're on the pole. So if you start out with a slide jump, then you're gonna go that fast the whole way. So this is the spot where we would need a battery. We don't have a battery at the actual factory here, and I would like to have one. So put one in like right there. I think I'm gonna need something I don't have. Industrial beam. Yeah. So make me some industrial beams. I think it's 10 of them. Might just be 5. Yeah, it was just 5. And then let's put in another 100 megawatt storage. Yeah, that's the correct view. It looks like we might have enough room here for one more. No, we won't. So we might as well put in the battery. Right there. Also, hey, there's apparently some crates. Oh yeah, there's a little bit of coal left around. Okay. Give me that. Give me whatever I can carry of that. Fill you up. Fill you up. Okay. And then let's tie this in. How do we tie in? Looks like it's this line. Alright? Yeah, it's that line. So I will actually first attach the battery. then the batteries that we have just took over momentarily. And there we go. Now our overage of power isn't being completely wasted. Really? Why are you out here? Oh right, and the copper facility, now that it's powered again, just sits here and does nothing because we're backed up. Well hey, let's do this. And this. And there you go. Look at all the friggin' rotors I'm carrying around in my pockets. You. And then I got all these pipes as well. Can I just put the pipes in the machines? I mean, I could, yeah. Go ahead. Climb up. Okay, and I do need some pipes of my own, which are not there. Some are here. Yeah, I think that's them. So, 2 stacks of pipes for me. Okay. And look at all the goddamn screws I'm carrying. Here's the overflow. So, boom, boom, boom. And the cubes can go back here. How are we doing on everything else? Looking like reasonable amounts of things. I could be carrying less coal, but I could also be carrying more cable. Okay. And I've got a copper sheet. Give me 2 stacks of copper sheets. And I'm pretty happy. Happier than you are, huh? Standing inside of things and whatnot. Okay, we are in full production now. Look at me just being able to walk around my facility, even though it's massive and epic. And then we got all this stuff to just tear down, also. Give me a lookout tower that lets me get up to, there. It's just like, it's so, there's it's hard to really look down upon this facility is part of the thing. Let's get the, get another lookout tower up top like this. And there's a view. There's a view. It's monstrous, is the thing. I feel it's a little bit less elegant than we had before, but it's because it's monstrous, and it's consolidated our entire steel field into our iron field, and is still just taking up basically the same amount of space as it used to take up. All that gets knocked down. Yeah, I mean, that's the hub. Forget the hub. This is where our, you know, line starts, and it's I can see moving around that front line a little bit. Move that whole thing to the left. You know, when we figure out putting in, bringing on multiple assemblers for the rotors. Yeah. This is our field now. This is the end of this stream. Just out of curiosity, we're completely backing up here, which is weird because we should be using absolutely all of the screws that we produce per minute. We were also completely backing up. You're only producing 240 screws per minute. Each one of these takes 60, so that's 120, and then you are consuming 120 as well, which is 240 total, and, you know, it's just a matter of timing. Maybe they're always flowing into here, is the thing. Are we ever offline for any reason? No. Our front guys are never offline for any reason, which means everything is working at the rate and pace that we wanted it to work. I really like the blueprint system. Going the extra half hour now, are we? Yeah, well... really just to have a look at it. Just to finish up. We finished up. And now we stand back and put hands on hips. And just thrust our penises at random strangers walking by. Definitely still leaving a bit of a mess at the end of the day. But very happy to have breached the blueprints and gotten everything online using blueprints and to have gone vertical, as the game literally recommends at the very beginning of it. It's like, we recommend that pioneers invest in verticality. Well, we have. And I said, you know what, let's I was gonna say, let's go look at my other world so I can, you know, show off that, glitch that I found. But I don't wanna. I don't need to, I don't want it. This is good. This is good. That's the end of a Factorio day, everybody. Yeah, even our copper field's online. Are we producing anything out at the stone? It looks like we are. Yeah, we're still producing stone. So literally everything is online right now. Let's check our power consumption. Our power consumption is 270 megawatts. Around 270, I see a peak back here of 300, 320. But looks like we're averaging 270. Maybe even 250. We could take an entire coal producer offline. I could do this. Yeah. And I'm going to. And I'm going to. We now have a capacity of 300, and we peak at 300. We're storing the rest of battery. That's an efficient Satisfactory. That's an efficient factory. Factory. Let me do a little bit of inventory management, then we're shutting down, going to sleep. I mean, y'all are. I'm up for the rest of the day. I started the live stream. Pretty much is, you know, within an hour and a half of waking up. Okay. Let's get back up to our perch where we can look down upon our works and marvel. there we are. And the neighbors are coming to sniff what we're doing. I've just reduced our pollution. Get off my back. End of line. End of live stream 6. Game saved. And exits. Satisfying, saddest day of Satisfactory. Thank you all for joining me here on a Sunday live stream. I am the Ronin Pawn. Winamp doesn't realize I am the Ronin Pawn. Fucking Christ. We should be back here this coming Thursday. At around 3:30, maybe even 4 p.m., bearing in mind that my sleep schedule is definitely starting to rotate at this point, starting to head toward the PMs. But yeah, I hope to see you back here Thursday for some more Satisfactory. In the meantime, I'm going to keep coding. I'm going to keep coding on Project Iced Cream, which is this. This is Project Ice Cream. It is now listening to chat. It is watching you as you sleep. Can I just like maybe move that up? I don't know. It just feels like there. Just cover over all of the icons, or something like do something consistently. There we go. It's watching you. It's logging, our events. Every time that you queue an event. Play run, it queues it, it plays it, it confirms that it was played, and then it, in theory can like deduct points and stuff like that. There's our log for this session, and I am working on it. I am continuing to work on it with the goal of someday supporting the idea that if you support me on Patreon, then that's the subscription. Patreon or Ko-Fi or PayPal, and then you get all the benefits and more of a Twitch subscription through our own system. That's right. See? Wait. What just happened? That doesn't seem like that's how that's supposed to be. But see, there you go. Jermaine's team redeemed PlayX files. UUID was displayed successfully. Displaying new events for 6.2. Delay ends. I am now ending my delay of this live stream. I'll see you this Wednesday. Pawn out.